Hello, 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 hello. How's everyone doing? David, could be just me and you tonight, man. How you doing, bud? I can't see if there's anyone else watching in the background right now, but hope you're doing well. We're gonna try something new tonight. I want to see about possibly changing our members classes to for just a little bit to Thursday nights. That way we're not competing with IDC Woodcraft on Wednesday at 8 o'clock, because a few of our people kind of cross over and like to watch Garrett's videos as well too and stuff, or participate, in Garrett's stuff as well. And I'm thinking about doing private classes, our member classes on, man, I'm broken out, on Thursdays, and then the public classes on Fridays. We'll see how that goes. But tonight I want to talk to you. We're going to work in SketchUp and VCarve software, and we're going to make a decorative box. Really cool box, super simple to really kind of lay out. So we're gonna literally design it from scratch, based on an example that I've worked with before. And then we're going to translate that over to Vectric for bringing in that design and making toolpaths and everything, and to be able to cut it out. But it's a super slick, super simple project that, man, somebody could bang out quite a few of the boxes, and they really look good. They got to have like almost like an Asian style to them, and not Asian style, but kind of an Asian feel, the way the handle is and everything. But hey, Kurt, how you doing, buddy? It's going to be, it's a nice simple box, and we're going to draw it out. And we're going to create it in the. We're going to start off in SketchUp, so we can get a visual, of it, and then we will bring that over to Vectric and everything. So let's start by sharing the screen. And I got JR. Let me grab JR really quickly. He is waiting to pop in. How you doing, JR?
Howdy, y'all.
All right, give me just a second. I got to get I knew I was missing one thing, and that was my headphones. Hold on a minute. Let me make sure that testing 1 2. All right, I can hear you, JR. How's things going, buddy?
Good, man. You?
Oh, not bad. All right, so the tonight we're making a very simple box, and we were just about to share the screen to go over to our Vectric window. And one thing I want to share with you guys and girls before we go over to SketchUp, because we're going to design the box in SketchUp first. But before I do, one of the things I'm working on right now, literally been working on it the last week, is I am working on a rotary axis calculator that, let me see if I can pull it up really quickly just to kind of give a little bit of a lead show and tell type of thing. See if I can pull this up really quickly. So I am working on a, let me get back to you guys and girls. A rotary calculator that's G93 friendly. G93 is inverse time mode, where instead of inches per minute, it tells us when the controller software is in G93 mode, inverse time mode. Instead of running inches per minute, it's kind of runs like on a time frame. Basically, complete this task, go from point A to B within 0.5 seconds or whatever. And so it creates a nice smooth turn of the rotor and a nice travel of the router, and they work together so that by the time they, get from point A to B or whatever the cut happens to be, it completes that cut, or it completes that task within that time frame, called inverse time mode. In Vectric a while back ago, they introduced inverse time, and then allowed it to the post processors and things like that. Well, it's never really been discussed, what it is and how it works and how it affects the machine travels and things like that. If you've ever done a rotary job, it could be a little jumpy or jerky at times and all that. Well, this kind of smooths it out, right? And things like that. So this little spreadsheet will allow a user to kind of choose their material. Affects the machine travels and things like that. Bear with me just a second. Sorry, JR. It will allow me to choose a material type, choose an end mill type, and diameter and everything. And once it with the parameters filled in and things, it will calculate the recommended speeds and feeds for that bit, for that material, for that machine. And if your machine has a certain inches per minute max, then it'll limit to that maximum inches per minute and everything. But it'll give the recommended bit settings for your speeds and feeds and your plunge rates and everything. And so it's like a speed and feed calculator, but it also is G93 friendly. Well, I've got the spreadsheet all done, and it reads off of lists, basically material list, bit types, diameters, flutes, different machine models, and of course you could plug in your model and it's the gear ratios of your your rotary axis, if it's belt driven with a large and small pulley, or if it's a gearbox type of thing. You can plug in that number in the list, and then there's a chip load table depending on the type of bit, diameter of the bit, the type of material and stuff. And then it will calculate. Well, I've got the spreadsheet all done, but not everybody has Google Sheets, and not everybody has Excel and all that stuff. So what I've gone and done is, what I'm working on right now is I have created it as a vector gadget. And give me just a second here. Let's do that. Bear with me a second. It's not done yet. The user interface is nowhere near finished and everything, but you'd be able to choose your machine, and it would default the settings for it. Then you would be able to choose materials and things. So I'm in the process of working on making it a gadget. And then at which point the user interface, let me see here. The user interface will have all those calculations and all that the spreadsheet has, and it'll have all those lists that the spreadsheet has, and it'll have all those things that we can add in. So the oh, that's JR. Hey, JR from Detroit. I hope that it'll be a useful tool for anyone that's looking to get into rotary, but also the top half of it is a useful tool for recommending bit settings, feed rate, plunge rate, RPMs, and all for different material. A speed and feed calculator, a reliable one, based on, all the, the data that's out there and everything. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see if that gadget turns out, and who knows? We never know. But that's not our project for tonight. Our project for tonight is this cool decorative box, and we're going to draw it out in SketchUp. So we'll get into the drawing. That way you can see a visualization of what's going on, but it's pretty slick. So let's start off here. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to start off with a board that is 5.5. It's a 1x6, 5.5 inches wide. But it's not a 1x6. It's going to be 1.5 inches milled down to 1 3/8 inches. So we're going to go 5.5 and then 1.375. And so on this board, what we're going to do is we'll just do a board that's 16 inches long. Okay, so we have a board that's kind of 16 inches long here. And on this board, let me see if I drew it in the front view. I did. Wonderful. On this board, basically, if any of you have ever seen woodworking videos where you make a cove, like a cove in a board on a table saw, and you set up this fence and you kind of go across the blade diagonal to make a cove and everything. Well, we don't need to do that because we have a CNC. So we're going to be milling a cove. So from the edge, 1/8 inch over from each edge, and 1 inch down from the top, we're going to create a cove. And if I pull that and push that out there, we're going to kind of create a cove like this. Now, on this board that gets coved, it's going to get cut down. And let me get back into a front view here. And right down the middle, so if I take a rule here, a guideline, should I say, and I get to the center of this board, and from this guideline, I take 1/8 inch off this side. Oops, 1/8. Come on now, work with me. 1/8 off here, and 1/8 up there, and I draw a little rectangle. I wonder if it'll let me rip that out with a rectangle. I might have to draw this curve here, but let's find out. Let's do this. Let's do it this way. And here, let's get rid of these guidelines. Oops. Out of my way. Let's select this line right here and hit delete. This little segment there and that little segment there. Now I should be able to pull this segment right through there and cut those two boards right in half. Maybe. What was my length? 16. Oh, stop playing. 16, enter. Okay, so now I have these two halves. So let's take this and hit G for group to group it together. We'll triple click on this one. G for group, click create. When you group everything, now I can rotate these two parts. So I'll hit Q for rotate. I have no idea why Q is for rotate, but that's okay. It is what it is, but Q for rotate. And we will come in here and rotate this up 90 degrees. And let's get this one. Oh, it would help if I selected this one. Q for rotate 90 degrees. 90, 90, 90, 90, enter. All right, so now that would be our sides. Now, and not our, this is not the whole box. Now, this box is only going to be like on the inside 4 inches by 4 inches, but we're working with a 16-inch piece. So really 1/2 of this basically could probably make all 4 pieces for what we're doing. If we made it 18 inches, we might do that. Let's pull this out. Let's go P for pull, and let's pull this out another 2 inches. And let's do the same thing for this one. That way we do have pieces. P for pull. P is the push-pull tool. Pull that out, type in the number 2 and hit enter. So now we should be, if I measured this from here to here, we should be at 18 inches, 1 foot 6 inches. Yeah. Okay. So this is the sides. All right. Now, super cool here. We're going to take this side here, this side profile, and we're going to create a 45-degree miter cut on it. Fun stuff. And the bear with me just a second. Let's go with a camera view of the top view. All right, like that. And so if I come out here with my little old tools, my protractor, the long point of this is going to be, you know, out here. And so the when we try to push pull this or cut this or in a kind of a 45 degree, it doesn't like that, you know, it doesn't make it that easy with this particular thing because this cove is right here and everything. So the irritating part of this is I gotta kind of fill this out. So let's do this one that's already selected on here. I gotta kind of fill this out a little bit. So I'm going to draw a line straight up to kind of here. And I'm going to fill that in temporarily. And I'm going to go push pull. And on this here, I'm going to P for push pull. And I'm going to push this or pull this 18 inches. Okay, to that end. And kind of fill that in. Now I'm going to get rid of this side because I won't need it. So let's get rid of that out of the screen here, and let's get rid of some of these guidelines. Delete that guideline, and let's delete this guideline too. And so here, I want to keep everything kind of intact, but this is going to get cut. Stop playing now. We're going to go Tools, Protractor. And on this protractor, from here to here, we're going to kind of rotate it in 45 degrees. So we're going to go 45 and there. And then we're going to draw a line right through here. Spacebar. And the inside measurement from the inside of that line is going to be, if I made my notes correctly, the inside to inside is going to be 4 inches, 4 by 4 square. So basically, if I come in here and let's see if it'll let me do it with this line here. Is it going to give me a hard time with that line? Let's go push pull. Hold stop. All right, let's see if it'll let me do it. Sometimes it won't with that cove and all. It let me shave that off, but this one it won't let me shave. So I have to get rid of this line right here. Let me get rid of this line right here, delete that. I got to make it whole. And this line segment right here, get rid of that. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. That's okay. We'll push pull that down. Okay, so there's my miter cut. Now, from the inside, we'll put that cove back in just a minute, but from the inside, from that inside cut, we're going to go out 4 inches, make a little mark right there, and we're going to take our protractor again, and on that mark, we're going to come straight across. Quit playing with me now. If I can get the protractor to pop up here proper. Wrong direction, dude. Straight across, and then 45 degrees. 45, enter. If I draw a line along that path, totally missing my mark. Let me hit escape on that. Control Z to undo that. Totally missed my mark. Let's try that again from here to here. It's not going to let me like cut this off and move it and everything. So I need to, it's crazy. I need to go in here with the protractor again. And go 45 this way. And then draw a line here. Now I can delete that and pull this down. Oh, you son of a gun. Work with me here. All right, let's get rid of this line and this line. All right, so now I should be able to take and explode this. Is it gonna let me? I want to, what I want to do is this. I want to get rid of this. I want to get rid of this. I want to get rid of this. All of that. And I want this little segment right here. I'll put the code back in it in just a minute. But let's get rid of that guideline. Let's get rid of that guideline. Get rid of that guideline. All that trouble just to make that little old miter cut. And that's not how you do it. There's a more efficient way. I just didn't do it the efficient way. We'll make the cove in just a second. But what I need to do is I need to make the box first. Let me make sure I don't have anything lingering. I do. I have one line right there. Make sure that there's nothing else lingering around here. There's a line right there. Get rid of that. All right. I am going to grab this. Take all of this, G for group. Work with me here, brother. G, create, there we go. All right, hold down the control key. I'm going to drag this out. I'm going to grab it right on the end of the M key first for move. Hold the control. Oh, you son of a gun. Stop. Stop. One more time. M for move. Hold down that control key and drag a copy out here and snap it right there. And then I'm going to use the Q rotate tool, and I'm going to rotate this 90 degrees. We're going to M for the move tool, grab this on the corner, hold down the control key, drag this out and snap it to there. Q for rotate. We're on a roll now. We're going to come over here and rotate this 90 degrees. Come over here. M for move. Grab it on the corner. Hold down that control key and move a copy and snap it to this corner. Q for rotate. Oh, first of all, it gotta let go of that mouse so it snaps there. All right, now Q for rotate. And one final time, 90 degrees. Okay. Wonderful. Now, let's get rid of that. That is our lovely outside of the box without the cove in it. Let's put the cove back in. Now, on the cove, what I'm going to do is on this mitered box and all is I'm going to kind of what's called use the follow me tool, and it should work. The follow me tool should work on this. It may not. Let me see here. What's my 6 3/4 by 6 3/4? Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. 6.75, comma 6.75, enter. This is 2 5/8, so push pull 2.625. Do an offset in. This is 4 inches. This was I forgot what my measurement was. What was that? 6 3/4. So do an offset in 2.75. Whoa. Control Z. What's that measurement? 1 3/8. That's because I'm an idiot. Offset 1.375. Okay. Now, if I measure, I just want to measure in here. This should be my 2 5/8. So that should be all the way through. So I want this to be all the way through right here. Push pull 2.625. Now what I have here is basically this without the mitered corners, and it's going to allow me to make the cove for the visual purposes, because on this one with the miters, it won't wrap around proper. And on here, the bottom, the cove starts an 1/8 inch up. And on the sides, if I kind of draw a line here for reference purposes, ooh, that's a crooked line. Camera, standard view, front. There we go. Now, if all is right with the world, this piece should be 1 3/8. Perfect. Okay. So at an 1/8 inch up, we're going to have a, from here, it's going to cove into 1 inch deep, right? So this is actually 3/8 up here. So if I draw another guideline, a total of 5/16, 3/8 right there. And I measure from here to here, that should be 1 inch. Perfect. So if I take an arch and I basically go from here to here and then kind of get my line to snap proper like that, I should 100%, I should be able to, with the follow me tool, if I get rid of this line that doesn't belong here, and I get rid of this line here and this line here, I should be able to tell that follow me tool to run this shape along the 4 sides if I select these 4 lines. I haven't used the follow me tool in a while, but let's see if that's true. If I hold the shift key down and select this, that, and that. All right, there's a, and that. All right, I have to draw a new line here that goes straight across that, that supersedes this, because this little cove is kind of cutting it in half right there. So I won't be able to use that line. I have to draw a new line kind of right on top that goes straight across. And it should let me select that. Nope, still kind of segmenting me up. That's all right. We'll take this, that, and that. And if I go into the tools, follow me, the rules of the follow me is select the face to extrude. This is the face that I want to extrude. And it should do it all the way around like that. And it should look good. All right. So now that's all that for just what I was trying to get to there. So when we take this flat board, this 5.5 inch wide by 1 3/8, so a 1.5 inch board milled down to 1 3/8, and it could be whatever species. I have some nice spalted pecan that would look really nice with this. But if we take an 18 inch board, 1 3/8 inches thick, 5.5 inches wide, we lay it on our CNC table and we cove an 1/8 inch off the edge, and we have a vector, and we have we're going to use the molding tool path inside of Vectric to create this cut. We should be able to cut that cove into that board, and then we should be able to kind of cut that board in half, and that give us our sides. And then at a miter station, we're not going to be able to cut the miters and stuff on the CNC. We're not going to do all that. We're going to use proper tools for this stuff, and so a miter saw, we should be able to go over there and miter our 4 pieces. And on the short edge to short edge, you have your long point and short point. On the short point to short point, it's 4 inches. So that way, when everything is all glued together on this box, we have a 4 inch internal area. Okay. And then there's just going to be another piece of material, a solid piece of wood that, let me see if I can undo that. There's a solid piece of wood that we're going to be filling in here that's going to be 3/8 of an inch thick. So let me push pull. Well, first of all, bear with me a second. Make sure that's hollow. Yeah. All right. So let me take this and let me make this a group for right now. G for group. We are going to have another piece of wood that's 3/8 inches by 4 by 4. So I'll push this up 3/8, 0.375, and hit enter. And I'm going to triple click on this so that it selects all the faces of that little piece of wood. And I'm going to hit G for group and enter to make that a group. So now when I move that around, I have this piece of wood, right? And this is going to fit right in here. This piece of wood is going to fit right into our box, and that's going to be the lid. But we need something to make it stop. So it's only going to go in just a little bit, and there's going to be, you know, something that makes it stop. And I'll show you exactly what it is, what's going to make that stop, and it's really slick. Let's move this to the side. So that's going to be another part. So we'll have our 4 sides. We'll have this piece here. We're going to have another piece of material. Now this one, you want a contrasting material, Wenge or something, you know, something like a black, you know, ebony or something dark, something really, really elegant looking, because this piece of wood here that we're about to draw out is going to be the feet, the handle, the little supports for the handle, and the trim for the lid. And so this piece of wood is going to be, we'll do the feet first. We're going to go, it's going to be a 1/4 inch thick, and it's going to be 2 inches. When it gets cut down into its strips, it'll be 1 inch long. So let's just do that. Let's do 1 inch by 0.25. And this piece, it's going to, when I pull it, it's going to be standing up, but let me pull it up. We'll go, let's make a piece that is, I don't know, let's make it 12 inches for right now. Well, that's a lie. That's a lie. Hold on a second. Let me measure from here to here. 6 3/4 times 4. Let's call it 7. 7 times 4 is 28. So let's go 30 inches on that. So we'll pull that 30 inches. All right. Now I'm going to lay it down because right now it's standing up like a goofball. So I'm going to go Q for rotate. Down here at the bottom, I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click right straight up this leg, and then I'm going to lay it down. I'm going to turn it 90 degrees. Lay that down. Now, on this foot, it's going to get mitered all the way around, and it's going to be, this is going to be sitting on it, but there's going to be a round over, a small little 1/8 inch round over. And not a cove, a round over. I don't need that. I can use the ruler here. So an 1/8 inch down, and an 1/8 inch over. We're going to have a little round over, kind of like that. And let me see who's popped in here. I just heard somebody pop in. Kevin, let me get Kevin in here and say hi to him. How you doing, buddy? Hey, Kevin, you just came just in time to see me screwing up on SketchUp. I haven't used SketchUp in forever, and I'm sitting here trying to teach people how to draw stuff, and I'm screwing up left and right here. But good to see you, buddy. You doing all right? I think you're doing all right. Your microphone is muted, but hopefully you're doing well. All right, let me see here. JR had some questions. Wondering if the version of SketchUp is what is so frustrating with trying to get the lines and angles correct. So here's the deal. I'm using the free version of SketchUp. It's a 2018 version, free version of SketchUp, JR. And the newer versions are paid versions, and they're just, I don't want to pay for it. I like my free version. I've had it for a while. Now, if anybody ever wanted to download the free version, jayscustomcreations.com, Jays, jayscustomcreations.com. On his SketchUp page, he has a lot of wonderful tutorials on using SketchUp. That's who I learned from. But and I did learn. I do know how to use SketchUp. It's just been a while. jayscustomcreations.com. You click on his SketchUp page on his website, and he's got the downloads, the 2018 free version of SketchUp download that you can download there, and everything. And that's what I have. So I just have that and everything. But on this, let me go in here and let me explode this for a minute. On this 1-inch piece here and everything, there's going to be a slight little 1/8 inch round over on the, let me see if it'll, are you gonna let me, it's not gonna let me push pull that. Give me just a second. And I think we went 30 inches. Did I go 30? I think I went 30 inches. Yeah, 30 inches. But and that round over, let me take this part and move it and set it like this. When this is trimmed, you know, and mitered in 45 degrees and everything, it's gonna be secured to the bottom of the box, and it's gonna be the feet, but it's gonna give it this little decorative kind of round over this little cove, and it's gonna be a contrasting wood. You know, you want, you know, like a wenge or something, you know, something really, it doesn't have to be exotic, but, you know, something dark and light or something light and dark. You just figure out what you want. But this wood here is going to be, not only is it going to be the foot at 1 inch wide, but then there's going to be a smaller strip that goes around the outside edge of this board. And that's going to be the lip, basically. It's going to create the lip so that when we put the box in, the lid doesn't fall all the way through. And it's also going to be the handle, which we're about to make all those parts in just a second. All right, so now the it's not going to, I'm going to have to use the push-pull tool again on this, because it's not going to let me miter this piece of wood after it's got the round over it. It's not going to let me cut the miter and stuff in there and everything. So I'm going to move this off, and I'm going to put that corner back. We'll round it over in just a moment. Let me see if I can come in here and for some reason that line got drawn in segments. Let me delete this line. Isn't that crazy? It got drawn in segments. All right, anyhow, we'll miter it, get it under the box here, and then I'll use the follow me tool to create that round over. So here, once again, we have 6 3/4 long point to long point on the box, and that's actually going to be the same here, basically. Let's go protract tool. I wish they had a keyboard shortcut for the protract tool, but they don't. And this is SketchUp, by the way, Kevin. If you're watching and just popping in here, this is SketchUp. It's a 3D modeling program. There's a paid version of it, and then this is a free version. It allows, I use it from time to time to make my furniture and things like that, and the parts that I'm boxes and stuff like this, just to kind of visualize. But these models that I'm drawing in here can get imported into Vectric. It's pretty cool. All right, so the protractor tool here, I'm going to click on this corner, and I'm going to come right straight down this line and click here, and then I'm going to rotate 45 degrees and hit enter, and it's going to give me that line right there. And I can now draw a line across that. And then with the push-pull tool, it allows me to kind of, you know, trim that off and create that mitered corner there. What? Yeah. Oh, man. And so the on here, when this edge is rounded over and it's sticking out here, you know, there's an 1/8 of an inch, 1/8 of an inch right at that roundover. There's 1/8 of an inch sticking out at that roundover to create that little roundover of the foot. And so when I create this part, it won't let me round it over with the miters on it. So it won't let me miter with the round over on it. It won't let me round over with the miter on it. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take and draw a rectangle. I'm going to draw a rectangle that is 6 3/4 by 6 3/4 plus an 1/8 of an inch. So 6 3/4 plus an 1/8 is 7/8, if I'm not mistaken. Is that true? 6 3/4 plus an 1/8 is 7/8. Yeah, I think that's my math. Okay, so 6.875, comma, separate the width and the height. 6.875, enter. This is 1/4 inch thick, so I'm going to go push-pull, P for push-pull. Pull this up. It allows me to extrude. I'm going to go 0.25 and hit enter. Wonderful. And on here, if I draw that little 1/8 inch by 1/8 inch round over, okay, if I come in here and, you know, round this over, it's not going to let me, it's not going to give me some numbers. So let me just grab a guideline here and draw a guideline. An 1/8 inch over is right. Stop playing. 1/8 inch. 1/8 inch. And then I can take my little arc tool, click those two lines. And on the arc, when I pull the arc up, I don't want the arc outside, you know, and all that stuff. If I just pull it up gradually, it will, when it snaps to the proper angle, it'll turn blue when it's the right, you know, the right arch for that. Now, that face right there, that's the face I want to extrude. And once again, on the follow me tool, let's see if it'll let me do it again. If I grab this, that line on the right side, this line, oops, not the face, this line here, and this little line segment there. If I open up the follow me tool, it's going to say select the face to extrude. And if I come over here and click on this little guy right here, it did not work because this line overshot my board. It's sticking up there. There's a little peak right there. So I got to redraw my arc. I wonder why my arc did that to me. All right, what side? Well, let me see. Camera view. It's always good to get a standard camera view. Let's go front. Let me see what view I'm looking at here. Yep, that's the front view. So camera, standard view, front. And if I grab this hand, I can slide this over and I can roll and zoom into here. Slide. Oh, don't orbit. I don't want to orbit. Camera, standard view, front. I want to take my hand and slide over. Get kind of in the middle of the screen. And I want to just zoom in so everybody can kind of see here. All right, let's do that arc again because my arc screwed up. So from this edge to this edge, I want to pull that arc. Stop playing with me now. There. Nothing's overlapping here. Wonderful. Let's try that follow me tool again. Select the faces first. So it's the lines. This line, hold your shift key down. This line, that line, and this line. Not that face, this line. And then zoom in, this little line segment right there also. Tool, follow me. The rule is down here, or not the rule, but the next step says select a face to extrude. It says it down there on the little question mark. If I click that, it should wrap that all the way around on all 4 faces. So there's my little bitty roundover. So now I can get rid of this guideline here, and I can get rid of this guideline here. If I were to delete that, we don't want to delete that line. That line kind of show, it's the drawing and everything, but we want to keep that line. So if I select this whole part, G for group, I can now move it, M for move, and I can move it back over here. Let me get right here is fine. If I grab it right on this kind of intersection here and snap that down to, work with me now. Let me get under the board. There we go. If I grab that corner and snap it to that corner, I missed the whole corner. Let me snap it. Come on now. Right there. I should be, why am I short over here? And I'm short on the backside too. 6 3/4 plus 1/8. Oh, I had to go another 1/8 on the other side. I'm an idiot. So give me just a second. I'm an idiot. I'm a goofball. I made my board too small. So really quickly, let me come back here. I got to add 1/8 to 2 sides. So push pull this 0.125 and push pull this 125 and 7 inches. So 6 3/4 plus 1/4 is 7 inches. Yes, Laney, you're an idiot. There we go. All right, so that arc needs to get deleted. This needs to be there. And let's try it one more time. We'll get it. It takes a second for me to get back into the flow. All right, so now I have the correct size board on that push-pull tool. I can select the 4 edges, 1, shift key down, 2, 3, 4, but I also need to get this little segment right there. Open up the tools, follow me, select this face, and have it wrap around. Works so much faster and better when you know what you're doing. All right, G for group. Now M for move. I love keyboard shortcuts in SketchUp. It makes things so much easier, but we're going to move it down here. And if all is right with the world and I grab this right on this inside corner here, I should be able to get it under the board, under the table, and snap. I got to zoom in. Snap it. Oh, hold on. I drug a copy down. Quit playing with me. There we go. All right, let's see. Let's see. Why am I off? What's going on here? Why is the math off? Why is the math off? Somebody in the chat, why is my math off? So T for tape measure. My box is 6 3/4. This is an 1/8 inch roundover. An 1/8 inch on this side and an 1/8 inch on that side is 1/4 of an inch. 6 3/4 plus a quarter is 7 inches. Do we all agree on that? We do. Now, here's the problem. This is why it's short. It's because even though I'm bringing in this 1/8 here and this 1/8, over here, that, I'm adding that 1/8 and all in, I'm rounding it in. So I literally taking that 1/4 inch right back away. Okay. So that's why I'm short here. The bottom of my board, and I'm inside of another box right now. Let me select this really quickly. And let me hide that real quick. The bottom is perfectly 1/8 of an 1/8 all the way around, but the top is rounded over and it's coming back in that 1/8 of an inch. So I'm kind of lost it right here, And that distance, that measurement distance here, if I take and move this down, you gonna work with me? Move tool. That that distance roughly, and this is not going to be an exact measurement, but I'm off by a 1/16 and everything. This whole thing needs to come out a whole nother 1/16 of an inch. So boom, 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 boom. Get back over here. Let me find my find all my parts. All right, so if I undo that again, currently right now we have a board. Somebody typing me a message. Stretch it. Can't stretch it when there's a round over on it and everything. I probably could, but not really. Let's go push pull. Now what I'm going to do this time, I'm going to pull this out. I'm going to pull this out a 1/16 of an inch. Humor me for just a moment. And I don't know what's going on there. I'm going to pull this out. Push pull. 0.0625. I'm going to delete this line and this line. And I'm going to draw that arc again. And I'm going to use the offset tool. So right now I'll do the offset tool first. If I offset inward on this face, if I offset on this face 1/8 of an inch, because that's, is it a 16th, the round over? It's an 1/8, 0.125. All the way around, right? That inside measurement from here to here shows 6 13/16. And that's what I needed to know. So on this box, my final move, we need 7 1/8 by 7 1/8. Push pull. I'll get it. We'll get past this, I swear. Now, if I offset this inward on this face, inward 1/8 of an inch, all the way around, and if I measure, that's 1/8. It should be 1/8. If I zoom in and measure from here to here, 1/8. That'll be my round over. And if I measure that rectangle, that should be 6 3/4. You son of a gun. I need to subtract a 16th on both sides. Why is that? Why am I'm having a hard time mathing here. 0.0625. 0.0625. All right. Offset 1/8. Measure from there to there. Somebody tell me the math. Somebody tell me the math. And I don't, Kurt, I don't know what full screen means. I am full screen. When you say go full screen, what are you referring to? I am full screen. Let me see if what you're talking about. I am full screen. Why isn't my mathing? JR, are you still around? Do you have the answer, buddy? I think your mic is muted. But what is going on? I lost Kevin. Kevin got so bored of me, he left. What'd Kevin say? Sorry, got to take a call. He had to take a call. All right, so let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Offset on this face, 0.125, an 1/8 inch all the way around. Measure from here to here. 6 13/16 is 1/16 off of 6 3/4. So if I take a 1/16 of an inch off, I should be at, 6 3/4. So if I push this side in 0.0625, and I push this side in 0.0625, and I offset this new size. Oh, stop. And offset this new size 1/8 of an inch. And I measure from here to there 6 3/4. Holy camole. That's crazy. What is the overall measurement of that? Why did I go dense tonight? 7 inches. Didn't I have 7 inches earlier? Did I not have 7 inches earlier? That round over is going to go right to there. I could have swore I had 7 and 7 earlier. All right, let's draw the arc. My goodness gracious. Sorry, guys and girls. That's brutal. All right, trying to draw something, get it done here. 1/8 of an inch in, 1/8 of an inch down. Draw the arc from here to there. Select the faces. 1, shift key, 2, 3, 4, and this little segment. Open up the push-pull tool, or follow me tool, sorry. Select this face, round that off. Just before I move this board, if I measure from that top of that round over, that top of that round over, it's 6 3/4. All right, we're good. Let's get on with it. Take this and this. Triple click G for group enter. M for move. Move. Bring it over here. Zoom in and get full screen. Grab this and bring it down. Work with me. I hate that my axes. There we go. Move. Down. Can't even get my snap right. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Now on this is just feet. It's not a solid piece like this. So I got to make the feet. And so on this, I'm going to use the offset tool. I got to triple click into this. I'm going to use the offset tool and I'm going to come in from here 1 inch. Because that's how wide this part is here. And I'm going to take this face right here. And I'm going to pull it up 1/4 of an inch, 0.25, because that's how thick that piece is. And that's what my feet are going to look like. Now, there's going to be a bottom to this box. We haven't made it yet. We're just got the feet on there finally. All right. So that's what the box is going to look like. Let's add a little bit of color to this so you can kind of get a really good sense of what's going on. We're going to go with a spalted maple kind of deal. So let's go with our material. Let's go with wood. And I'll just use kind of something like that. And then we're going to go with a solid color. And we're going to go down with a dark, kind of almost like an ebony. Okay. That's kind of what that's going to be looking like. Now, on here, there's going to be another 1/4 inch trim piece on this lid. This is going to be the lid, and let's add that wood color, that same kind of matching wood color, not that color, to there. And then on the piece, I'm going to draw out. It's going to be literally like a piece of outside trim that's going to get, glued all the way around. But I'm going to draw out the shape of this. So we're going to go with a line. Let's get in a camera view, a front view here. I'm going to use the hand to pan over so I stay in the front view. Pan over and down. That way I'm looking straight on at the part. It might not look like it, but I am. The outside dimension of that bottom piece ended up being 7 inches, while the outside bottom of the box is 6 3/4. Don't know why I had a 7-inch box before. I don't know why, Jared, that it didn't math right properly the last time. So here, I'm actually going to draw right here a small trim piece. And on that small trim piece, it is 1/4 inch by 3/8. So I'm going to just use a rectangle here. Right on the edge here, I'm going to draw a rectangle kind of down. And it's going to be 1/4 inch by 3/8. And so 0.25, comma, 0.375, enter. And that's how big that is. And I went the wrong direction. I needed the 3/8 to be the first number. Let me do that again. So one more time, 0.375, comma, 0.25, enter. There we go. Now, on this part here, there's going to be a small little bitty 1/8 inch round over on the outside edge right here. And so I'm going to, with the tape measure, kind of the same thing. I'm going to draw a guideline, 1/8 of an inch. Let me see if I can snap to it. 1/8 of an inch over and 1/8 of an inch down. Draw that same kind of arc that I did a moment ago. Delete this line and that line. So it's kind of this. All I'm doing is that little face right there. You see that face and all? Now here's the cool part about the follow me tool. Let me get rid of this guideline and this guideline here so we can see the magic. But once again, on the follow me tool, and let me give that face color. I wonder if I give the face color a color now. I wonder if I give it a color now, if it'll color it all the way around. We'll find out. So we're going to select this line, and right now this is all grouped together here. So this is one group, and this outside object is another group. So I can't select this face right here. I need to draw a new set of faces. So I got to draw a new line. So I'm going to draw a line from here to here, from here to here, from there to there, and from here to here. Now I can select those lines. I can delete that face that got created there, but I can select the line now. So that line, 1, 2, 3, 4. Tools, follow me, click on this face, and it should create that face all the way around. I love when stuff goes right and everything. Wonderful. And then I should be able to triple click on that and G for group. And I should be able to select both of these items, that one and this one, move. And I should be able to grab this, snap it to that corner. Let me see. There we go. Oh, right there. That's correct. It's so close to being correct. Oh, that's so funny. So funny. If I measure across here, 4 13/16. And if I measure across here, 3/8. If I measure across here, that should be 4 inches. 4 inches. All day long, man. All day long. 4 inches, 4 inches, right? All day long. So this square right here is 4 inches by 4 inches, right? That's the inside. So if I measure from here to here, 4 inches. This is crazy. If I measure from here to here, 4 inches. If I measure my little face that's getting scrolled around from the inside edge to the outside edge, it should be 3/8, which means it's 3/8 of an inch all the way around that 4 inches. And if I put 3/8 of an inch all the way around that 4 by 4, then it should fit. All right. I'm going to draw it in place. So I'm going to take these two parts right here, and I'm going to move them right to there. Not to there, sorry. I'm going to move them right to there. And that's where I'm off. And that's crazy, right? Because it measures from that edge to this edge is 3/8 of an inch. From here to here is 3/8 of an inch. What am I missing? That should come out to here. And my 4 inches does fit inside. And if I lift this up, I'm right. If I grab this corner and I go right to here, I'm right on that corner. That is insane. All right, no big deal. It's okay. It's crazy, but it's okay. Because all I have to do is make this face. So I'm going to take these 3 items right here, and I'm going to move them out to there. I'm going to draw a line from here to here. Fill that in. All right. Do we agree that looks like it fits? All right. So now the lines that I drew here, I had to delete these 2 lines right here. So I need to put those back. So I need a line from here to here and a line from there to there. Now this face that gets created, I want to delete that because I just want the lines. So if I select line 1, hold the shift key down, 2, 3, 4, tools, follow me, and I click on that face, it should perfectly go all the way around. I love it. I don't understand it, but I love it. Okay. So now what I have is this, ladies and gentlemen. What I have is, let me separate the parts. So let me move this over here. Let me move this one over here. Let me move this one over here. So we have a little mitered frame for the feet, 1 inch wide, 1/4 inch thick with an 1/8 inch round over on it. That'll be mitered together. They'll be glued together. We can take on our table, we can either miter the little pieces together, or we can take a 1/4 inch board, square board, and cut the the opening out of the center of it, right? To be to create this kind of opening here, because we want it to be feet. We don't want it to be solid all the way across, like a little foot going all the way around. We want it to be hollow in the middle. And the same thing here. This is a 1/4 inch by supposedly 3/8 of an inch wide. And just out of curiosity, if I measured the bottom of this from here to this edge, it says 3/8. It's crazy stuff. But again, we could cut the center out of this and then we could just round over these two edges on the CNC and make those two parts, you know, from a small little panels. We don't have to make the 1-inch strip, round it over, and then miter cut it on the miter saw if we don't want to, but we can, right? Whatever it takes. Now, let me undo that. So that box goes on top of that foot. That lid goes there, and this ring goes around there, and that's what keeps the lid when it fits in. If I grab this part here and this part, and I move that up, the lid looks like this, right? So that's what the lid looks like. Let me get rid of the blue. That's what the lid looks like with that trim around it, that dark trim. Okay. Now we make the little handle, and that's it. Only 3 more parts. 3 more parts, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So on the handle, 4 more parts, because there's a bottom to this box. We got to do the bottom to the box, which is going to be a 1/4-inch thick piece of material. It could be the same wood, the same light wood, but it's going to be a 1/4-inch thick, and it's going to be in a groove going all the way around. It's going to be recessed in that groove 1/4 inch. And so it needs to be 4.5 by 4.5 by 1/4 inch thick piece of wood. Let me draw that real quick, and then we'll be able to place that in just a second. So, but let me draw it here. So 4.5 comma 4.5, enter, push, pull that up, 0.25, enter. Triple click on that. G for group. Triple click selects all the faces. G for group, and then hit enter to group that. So now it's treated as one item. We'll give it also a wood color to match the rest of the box. And that's going to go inside here. So if we were to put that in real quick, we're going to take just the box part, and let's take this, and this, and let's hide those parts. So we have just the box here. Let's flip the box upside down. And let's get rid of this guideline that's driving me crazy right there. But inside this box, we're going to take our ruler and we're going to come down. So from here to 1/4 inch, 0.25. Okay. And then from there, our piece of wood is going to be 1/4 inch. Okay. And so all the way around, we're going to have a 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch recess. So what I'm going to do is these 4 sides were copied from each other. So whatever I do to one will happen to the other 3, because I have not made them what's called making them unique. Making a part unique is when it's, and this is one solid piece, it's not copies. But if I make a part unique, then what I do to one just happens to that one and not the others. Now this is actually just a block of wood. So I've got to actually do all 4 sides. So 1/4 inch, and then 1/4. Do it on this side. Come on now. 1/4 inch, 1/4. Drag this down. Bear with me a second. Get my hand tool and pull that down so everybody can see. Tape measure. 1/4 inch. 1/4 inch. Now, if I draw a rectangle along those lines, I can delete that face because I don't need it. But here on this, the part is grouped together. It's one piece. I can't, I can't pull this in to create that 1/4 inch deep groove all the way around because this part is kind of locked. So I actually need to triple click on this to open it up to get inside. And I need to be drawing those boxes, those rectangles on this with it open. Now with it open, I'm inside the group. Now I can draw those boxes. And when I draw the boxes, what that does is it allows me to push pull this face right here. Allows me to push that in. And I can push that in 1/4 inch to create that groove there, that kind of simulated groove and stuff. And so the I've got to draw the rectangle on this open. I didn't have the group open on that last one. Use that hand to pull this part down so I can zoom in and spin around. Orbit around, zoom in, draw that rectangle. Now, when I complete that rectangle, it creates this face. We get rid of that face. And then I can push pull this in 0.25. I can push pull this in 0.25. I'll be able to get rid of, I'll be able to fix that line in just a second. My little marks are off. I can push this in 0.25. This too, 0.25. Now here, I want that to be one solid piece, so I get rid of this line, that little line segment right there. Oop, can't, not that line segment. This line right here. And that that is actually hollow right there. I'm inside of the piece of wood now. So when I deleted, let's push this back. Right here, this was already pushed back there. And when I deleted it, when I deleted it, it opened up that wood. Can't have that. All right. So now the weird thing about this, if I measured this from here to that line, that's 1/4. But my guideline's down here, and so I must have drew my guideline wrong. That's okay. Stuff happens. And you're like, well, didn't you just do this? Why are you doing it again? Because I had to undo Control Z, the bad boy, to get my rectangles right, because I already had one of those pieces pushed back. I already had one of those pieces pushed back, and it screwed everything up. So back 0.25, enter. Back 0.25, enter. Back 0.25, enter. And push that back 0.25, enter. Now, to make this cleaned up, I'm getting rid of these guidelines, if you will. And the guidelines are on the outside here, so I need to get rid of these guidelines. Those, and those. And in here, in this part, this line right here, I needed to kind of be like, you know, seamless. So that's going to be gone. This line over here goes away. This all makes sense in just a second. I know it is, but probably not. One more. Okay. Now what this looks like is basically like almost like a slot bit has gone in, you know, and cut that part. Now, again, these parts are going to be mitered and glued together. So there will be, you know, there'll literally be, you know, mitered. This frame will be mitered. You know, that box is going to be mitered together and stuff. And so the grooves and all will get cut on it before we cove it, before that this groove will get cut. That'll be one of the first tool paths on the one side before the cove gets cut into it and everything. So now I can take on this box, I can take this bottom here and oops, this bottom fits in here, and basically I'll bring it down like that and down, get down in there. I've never really mastered how to get the thing to move down. There's a button you can push so it follows the axis and all. But this goes down to this top line. And see, the thing that's weird is I didn't make my box big enough, but that's okay, because I can do a push-pull when I'm in here. I can push-pull this face down to that. I can just touch that and it'll bring that down. And it should have, let me get out of here. It should have brought the whole thing down all the way around. Yeah, it did. Okay, good. So now I can move this part again. And once I'm here, I need to push it into that groove by 1/4 of an inch. So if I grab it somewhere back here and just push it along that line, I can type in 0.25 and move that over and center that inside there. And I wish I could, you know, hide 1/2 of this so you could see, but that's going to be the bottom of the box in there. All right, so now let's go edit, unhide all. And there's our box so far. Now the final 3 pieces are the handle, and then we'll go, and then that'll be it. So let me see where JR is hiding, because I knocked him off the screen when someone said go full screen. But let me see if JR is still there. JR, you still there, buddy? Okay. Let's see here. To get the part to move on an axis, it's the arrow keys. That's great. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Is that true? Is that true, JR? That'd be great. Hold on. Camera view, standard, front. So if I select a part and I go move, oh, that is so great. Look at that. Oh, I love it. That's awesome. Thank you, JR. Oh my gosh. You don't understand how, see, I love learning new things. And oh, speaking of learning new things, Kevin had asked me in an email about doing an inlay class, right? I've done inlays before, guys, and everything, but I want to master doing V-carve inlays with a ball nose, a tapered ball nose bit. And you actually set the bit up, the tapered ball nose bit, like a V bit. You set it up in your tool database as a V bit. And if it's a 5.4 degree tapered ball nose, you double that. So it'd be, instead of five, it's an included angle. So 5.4 degrees, 5.4 degrees, that's 10.8 degrees, included angle. Well, anyway, so I was watching Ryan over at Cutting It Close, and he did a really nice video on straight inlays, V-carve inlays, and V-carve inlays with a tapered ball nose. Now, he didn't go into full detail on the inlays with the tapered ball nose and everything, but one of the things he said that caught my ear is that he took Breon woods, and everybody probably knows Breon wood on YouTube. He makes beautiful V-carve inlays and stuff like that, but he took Breon Wood's courses and learned how to do, how to get his correct settings and all of that stuff. And so online, let me see here. Breon Wood Academy. Breon Wood offers an inlay academy and how to find your inlay parameters, comprehensive inlay and master course, early access, new inlay toolpath for V12, and then old inlay versus the new inlay bundle kind of category. And then he also has CNC files that he sells of his inlay vectors, right? Some really cool CNC files. It's about $20 for each inlay, and things. And if you've ever seen any of his videos, he's got some really nice inlays. Well, anyway, in his inlays, the inlays that he does with because he uses a tapered ball nose, all the vectors, instead of nice sharp points like a V bit, the vectors have to have a round over on them, right? They have to have a radius to them, in a small radius based on the tip of the bit you're using, a 64th inch tapered ball nose or whatever. And so, and with that, there's parameters on what that round over should be and other things. And so in his Inlay Academy, it's expensive, but I want to learn it to make me better at being able to, train it and all that stuff and everything. So I'm going to be taking his How to Find Inlay Parameters course. And then I'm probably after that, I think I should be able to figure everything out from there. But because I know how to use the V-carve inlay V12 and all that stuff, but finding the parameters for that tapered ball nose, the round over of the vectors, the little vectors, the bit settings and everything and all that stuff. I'm going to be taking this course, and so if I were to teach to answer Kevin's question, I've taught inlay classes and everything before, but I really want to kind of like teach you guys the ball nose inlay course, but I don't know it well enough to get all those magic little numbers and everything. And like Ryan said at Cutting It Close, he's like, hey, here's my screenshots on the design and everything, but don't copy my settings because they're not going to be the right settings for you, depending on the bit you're using and angle and all that stuff. And I agree. So I'd like to know the math behind it, or whatever it is for $145. On this course, you learn, the different, degree angle bits, and then, you'll learn about the tapered ball nose and all. I'll read about it. I haven't read about it, but anyway, I'm going to be taking that course, and then one day I'll do a class on that. Yes, $20 for one of his files is a steal because he's done all the work. He's done all the little round overs and everything on all the files and all the little vectors and on those massive really intricate designs and everything. And so it's absolutely worth the $20 for the files and stuff. But I'm going to be taking his inlay course, and then I'll let you know how that goes. Ryan said it was a very, very good course, and he learned a lot, and I don't doubt that one bit. So I'm looking forward to signing up for that and taking that course. Okay, so now, how now, brown cow? We are going to have two pieces, two supports here that go on the top of this box. And those supports, will draw it off to the side over here, somewhere right here. It's going to be a 3/4 inch by 3/4 inch rectangle, 3/4 by 3/4, 0.75, comma, 0.5, enter. And I'm actually going to go, I'll stretch it out once I extrude it and everything, but it's, what am I trying to say? I'm actually going to go 1 inch on the length as soon as I get it extruded and stuff. And so the, let me see here. Bear with me. The thickness on this handle is going to be 3/8. Let me go push pull 0.375. And now I'm just going to extend this length right here. I'm going to extend this out another. It was already 3/4. I want to go 1 inch, so another 1/4 inch, 0.25. Okay. So now here, I want to do a 15-degree angle. So I'm going to break out the protractor, tools protractor, and I want to go here. Oh, stop. Here to here, and then I'm going to go 15 degrees, 1.5, enter. And then I'm going to click from here to here, 15 degrees, enter. And that's a lie, Lainey. I need to get a guideline first, 1/4 inch up. All right. Take my protractor again. And I need my protractor to go from here to here and over 15 degrees. And from here to here over 15 degrees. Okay. And so I want to push or draw a line here to here to here to here and use the push-pull tool. Oh, did it not take this line? There we go. And I want to, I don't want to get rid of that. I want to get rid of this. Pop that down. Pop that down. There we go. And then in the middle, I want to draw a rectangle. I want to draw a rectangle. What do I want to draw that? Let me see here. I've got dimensions laid out. Give me just a second. I think it's going to be 5/8. What's bigger, 5/8? 3/8. 3/8. So 3/8 by 1/4. So I want to draw a rectangle. I want to find the center here. And I'll draw a rectangle let's go 1/8 of an inch. Let me find my number here. So 0.125 comma 0.375, enter. And then I want to do the same thing this way. 0.125 comma 0.375, enter. Oh, goofball. Wrong number. 0.375 comma 0.125, enter. I want to delete that and then pull that down. So that way I have this part looks like this. It's getting there, getting there, getting there. Wonderful. Now on the bottom, this is going to be a little tenon. A little tenon. So I'm going to push this in. I'll probably do a 1/16 of an inch all the way around. Push that in. And that is going to be the little part that's going to hold the arm and everything. And so let's triple click on this, G for group. Let's hit enter after you hit G for group. Let's delete those guides. This is going to be the same ebony kind of color and everything as the handle and stuff. So let's go with our dark color. And there's going to be 2 of them. So move, M for move, control for copy, and just, move a copy here. But before I do that, before I do the copy, let me rotate. Let me see how this part is orientated. I'm all upside down. So let me get facing right back up. Standard view front. I don't know why I have this. I don't need this part anymore. Delete that. Okay, so here, I don't need this part anymore either. Delete that. Delete that. All right, so here I need to stand this part up. So I'm going to go Q for rotate. I'm going to click on this here and here, and I'm going to stand that up 90 degrees. And M for move, and I'm going to kind of move this. And it's going to be, there's going to be little recessed pockets, and I'm going to show you this in just a second here. How I'm going to do this, because this will be grouped, this box right here, or this will be grouped. This box, we're going to ungroup this lid right here in just a minute. But it's going to be centered. Of course, it's going to be centered. And it's going to be placed from the center, basically 2.5 inches apart. So let me get it. Let me draw a line here. Or not a line, I'll use a tape measure. The tape measure tool, if I move the tape measure tool down this rectangle, it'll snap to the center. And then if I move this over to here, it'll snap to the center there. And then I'll take from here that same tape measure tool, 2.5 inches apart. So we're going to go 1 1/4, 1.25 this way, 1 1/4, 1.25 that way. Since this part is already turned this way, let's do it like this. All right, one more time. 1.25 this way and 1.25 that way. Okay, so here I'm going to take this part, move, and I'm going to grab it right in the middle. It'll kind of snap me right to that middle, and I can just snap that right to that line. But I need to be on the line here, so I'm going to just drag that over. Okay. And then I'm going to hold down the control key. Lay that there. And then we're going to have another part. And on this, the handle part, it's going to be 3/8, 3/8, 3/4. So we'll draw a rectangle. I'll actually draw it right here in this, from here to here and up. Zero 0.25, comma, 0.75, enter. Push, pull. And I'm going to go just past this a little bit. I don't really know. We're going to do a 15-degree angle on it, so I'll see what looks good. But go something like that. And before I move the other side, I need to measure what distance I actually did go past here. So from here to here, I went 3/8. So I will take this one and I'll push pull that out 0.375 and hit enter. Now I'll take my protractor tool. I wish there was a keyboard shortcut for the protractor, but we'll go from here down and then over 15 degrees, 1.5, enter. Here down and over 15 degrees, 1.5, enter. Draw a line along that path. P for push pull and get rid of that. Draw a line. P for push pull. All right. I turned on, hold on a second, my view. Give me just a second. There we go. Let's get rid of those guidelines. Let's get rid of that guideline, that. And I'd like to have that handle just a little bit longer. Like to go a little bit longer. So I'm already 3/8 here. Let's go P for push pull. Let's go another 1/8 of an inch, 0.125. 0.125. So you pull it in the direction you want it to go, and then just type in the number and hit enter on the distance you want. All right, one more time. Protractor from here down over 15 degrees, 1.5, enter. L for line. We can do this really fastly. Click from here to here. P for push pull and push that out. Come over here. I don't have a keyboard shortcut for protractor, but from here to here, 1.5, enter. L for line. Draw a line. P for push pull. Push that in to get rid of that. There we go. All right, give this some color. And of course, it only did one face. Let me triple click this, G for group, enter, and then do that. There we go. All right, all right, all right. All right, let's get rid of these guidelines. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, this, let me get rid of this. Camera, standard view front. Camera, standard view left. There we go. All right, so we're going to take this and kind of create a little bit of an isometric layout. So we're going to take this, hold down the control key. Oops. Move, hold down the control key, drag that. We will Q for rotate. See if I can get my blue rotation. There we go. 90 degrees. Move that kind of back here. So that'll be my front view and my side view. And then we'll take that, hold down the control key. And Q for rotate. And what I'll do is I'll take kind of a little bit of a angle like that. I don't want to do that. Rotate, escape. Oh, give me a good angle. Come on now. Do something like that. Come on now. And that'll be kind of the isometric view. All right, so let's get this kind of here. So this is what this box looks like. And the G for group, enter. The lid. Oh, wait, hold on. JR already said what it was. Hold on a second. Control Z. M for move. Click on that. The up arrow. Oh, yeah, man. Look at that arrow key. All right. So that's what this little box looks like. Cute little box, right? Now, it was a pain in the butt, and it was complicated to draw in SketchUp, but it's super simple to make. 1.5 inch milled down to 1 3/8 inch thick board that is 5.5 inches wide. You're going to, we're going to be doing a cove on it. We'll use the molding toolpath in Vectric. We're going to wrap this up because we're already 1 hour and 59 minutes into this. But the black pieces for the feet, the trim around the lid, and that handle are not the supports for the handle, but the handle itself are 1/4 inch. And actually on the ebony, I could, these could be 1/4 inch too. So hold on 1 second. Now, these are all copies. So what I do to one should happen to them all. So if I open up this one and I do a push-pull, I'll do a scale. Because, hold on a second. I'll do a scale. And that way I'll scale from the center in. If I hold down the, not the shift key. The control key here. I need to go in. Let me see here. Control Z to undo. if I scale, if it's 3/8 and I want to go to a quarter, that's a quarter. So an eighth and eighth. So I got to scale it in an eighth. Oh, and of course it's by percentage. Gotta love that. All right, so it's by percentage. Give me a second. I'll use a ruler here. And what I'll do is, this is 3/8 of an inch. I want to go a 16th, 0.0625. .0625, and I should have a little mark there. Why, oh why are you not giving me what I want from? There we go. Okay, a 16th there. .0625 there. All right, now if I take this part, hit S for scale, grab this, hold down the control key and scale this in and snap to there. Of course, it only did one. Isn't that crazy? All right, that's fine. So I'll take this control key, move, M for move, grab it right in the middle. Control key and snap it to the middle here. And then hit delete on that one. Oh, I missed that whole thing, man. Move. There we go. Bear with me a second. Yeah, quarter. Why does that look so thin? An eighth? You goofball. You goofball. You're a goofball. You are a goofball, Laney. Okay. So I need to, I went a 16th and I need to go an eighth. 0.125 this way. 0.125 that way. Now I need to scale that. S for scale. Hold down the control key. Drag that into that line. Snap to it. Perfect. Get out of that. Move, or select this part. Move. M for move. Grab it in the middle. Hold down the control key. Drag a copy over here and snap to the middle of that part. And then select that part and hit delete. There we go. That's what I want. So now, delete that. Oh, no, don't delete all that. Just the guidelines. So all those parts, whoops, can be made out of a 1/4 inch piece. Now, on this lid over here, same situation. In that lid there, they're all going to be a 1/4 inch. So we'll pretend they are. This will be my master right here. We'll work just off that one, but I don't need to change all 3 of them for just, so you can get the view, but you get the idea. So long story short, what I was saying is a 5.5 inch by 18 inch by 1 3/8 thick piece is going to be what's going to make the box, the code box. It'll actually make 2 boxes because the cove happens, it gets cut in half. So you can make 2 boxes out of that board as far as the frame. Inside lid is going to be 3/8 of an inch thick on this part right here, this tan piece. Let me see if I can hide that. This part right here, move, drag that out there. That part right there is 3/8 of an inch, 4 by 4. 3/8 of an inch, 4 by 4. And then there's another part that's the same it's the same material, but it's 1/4 of an inch. And it's 1/4 of an inch, which is the bottom here. And it is 4 and 4.5 inches by 4.5 inches. And so on that, on the wood, not a whole lot of wood. Now these two ebony frames here, they could be a panel, a little panel, and then you could just round off the edge and cut out the center. You don't have to make it 4 little pieces and miter it together and all that stuff if you don't want to, but it is going to be hollow. And the same thing up here. This could be, let's see, if I measured this at the top, it's 4 13/16 by 4 13/16 by the same 1/4 inch thick. You could make a little panel, and you're just cutting out the center that goes in that 4 by 4, goes right in the middle of it, or you could miter it for a nice tighter fit. Whatever the case may be, it could be just like an inlay. But when it's all said and done, that gets milled in. Now I need the layout place for these feet, but not those, but these feet, because they're going to be mortised in here. So if I ungroup, or if I explode this piece of wood right here, I can select this, and this face, and I can right click and I can intersect the faces with the model. And if I do that and I hide this piece, you can see there's a vector there. And so on that, I can pull this down 3/8 of an inch not 3/8, it's a 1/4 of an inch, 0.25, enter. This line is nothing. That's just a kind of a layout line. So that line means nothing. Over here, same thing. I can hide this, pull. Now on this one, it wants to pull this whole face. So if I get rid of this outside, this, for some reason, on the intersection, when it intersected, it did not create a proper intersection. So I'm going to have to redraw that so that I can push that down 0.25. Okay. And then that extra line that was up there. Oop. My dog is ready to go out or something. All right. So edit, undo, hide. And if I hide, and I can triple click on this and put G for group again. If I hide this part, hide, what we have is we have this mortise, right? Or this tenon that goes into that little mortise that we created. Instead of just face gluing those handles on there, it'll be mortised in. And I believe I went the right depth. This should only be 1/4 of an inch. It looks bigger because of the scale, but yeah, 1/4. And so that fits into that. So if I unhide that, that's the lid. And all these parts. So this, all the ebony or black parts or the contrasting parts, all of those, they're all 1/4 inch thick, right? Whether you make a little strim piece of it, 2 inch wide, because the length is 3/4. The foot is 1 inch wide. And the top part here is only 3/8 of an inch wide. Like if you were doing the trim miters. So that it doesn't take a whole lot of material. Now let's see if we can get over to, let's save this. We haven't saved anything. Wow. Save as. This will be a new folder, Deco box for any occasion. But you can knock these parts, this box, you can knock it out in literally an hour or so. The milling the cove and the parts off shouldn't take very long. It should not. Shouldn't. I say that, but we'll see. Deco box. All right. So these parts here, I called it Deco box. In Vectric, I want to set up my job. I'll set up all my different boards. So this one board here is going to be 18 inches by 5.5 by 1 3/8. And there'll be other sheets. Let's make a second sheet. That'll be all my trim. I'll call them just trim pieces. And the trim pieces will be whatever length they're going to be, but they're only going to, we can go, because we can cut all the different parts out of them if we want. Or we can make a panel, whatever you guys think would be easiest for you, right? I'll just lay them out in individual parts. So we'll go 2 inches. We'll go 3 inches by 18 by 0.25. Okay. The third sheet will be the inside lid and the bottom, the base. So this will be the top and bottom. And that's going to, the largest piece is going to be 4.5 by 4.5. So I'm just going to go 1 by 5 basically. So 5.5. And I have a 4 inch and a 5 inch, so 9. Let's go 5.5 by 12. And I can mill them down on the CNC to the thickness that I need. One's 3/8, the other's 1/4. I could have those already, run through a planer before I put them on the CNC, or I could do it on the CNC. It doesn't matter whichever one. So let's lay it out like it's a 3/4 inch board, and we'll pocket it all out and everything. So that'll be sheet number 3. So just those 3 boards will lay out these parts. Now, if I were importing that design, I would go to Import Vector. I would navigate to the Documents folder, to the Deco box for any occasion. And when I open this up in the SketchUp layout tool, it's going to be an exploded flat view is what I want. I want to create circles for polygons if there are any, and there should not be other than the radiuses. Create circles for polygons, fit arcs to the boundaries, fine. But I want to group my imported parts, the groups, I want to keep them together. Keep the components that start with an underscore, so groups, I want to keep them together, but I do not want to replace the outer boundary. And I'll click import. And when I do that, it'll lay out all these pieces and everything here. Now, on this piece right here that basically has the tenon all the way around it, the the smartest way for me to do this, if I was doing cutting this part out on the CNC, is bear with me a second here. The smartest way for me to do this is to cut out these parts, and they would be, you know, formed basically as they are here and everything. Profile cut, small bit. We can get nice sharp corners here by doing fillets and everything there. But I would have it like a piece of MDF, and I'd make a pocket. This is a 15-degree angle. So the 30-degree V-bit is a 15-degree side angle, or a 15-degree angle, 7.5, that kind of thing. But I could use a 30-degree V-bit, and I could like make a pocket with these walls to where when these parts get cut out, I can stick them upside down because they're only like this tall. Stick them upside down in these pockets, and then just tenon each one of them, kind of thing. And on that same jig, I could have them just a square, you know, kind of thing. I don't even before the angle, but I could, on this center slot here, instead of having to do the fillets or anything like that, like on a profile cutting out, after I cut out, you know, the tenon on there, I could have on that same jig a little pocket that the tenon, I flip it and stick it into, and then I just run an end mill straight through a quarter. This is a 1/4 inch wide right here, so a 1/4 inch end mill straight through to mill out those parts. I could kind of stack them, put a little clamp on them or something, you know, so they're all hold. So the end mill just comes and runs that cut right down the middle. Whatever, you know, there's so many ways. So we'll figure that out. But on these that create the lids with the little roundovers and all that stuff, again, it could be just a panel, and I cut the center out. I don't have to make the little strips and glue them together or miter them. It's just as easy if you have a miter saw to do that. Whatever you want, right? I'll make the files available to you. But these boxes, you should be able to knock these out. We'll lay them out here, but you should be able to knock them out and make a bunch of them for Christmas, for holidays, you know, cool little gifts, different wood species and everything. And for all occasions, you know, for the holidays. All right, let me get this laid out. So on our vectors here, I just need my 4-inch by 4-inch. So I need this one vector here. So that's my lid. I need my 4.5 by 4. All these vectors don't belong to the project. These are just all the sides, the top, the bottom, the left, right. We only need a few of them. So that's my bottom vector for my profile cut. This one, 4.5 by 4.5. That's my other one. I need one of these parts. Which one's more vertical? Those are both vertical, so I'll grab one of those. I don't want one of the angled ones. Makes my life harder. The box lids, I only need one of these. Or the handle, that's only need one. I don't need all of them, so I want the one that's not crooked. The reason why some of the parts are crooked is because I had that part in that isometric view, right? All right, so that's that. So I can delete these two. I don't need them anymore. This is the vectors of where those mortises go on that 4x4 piece lid. So I'll replace this 4x4 with that one. So get rid of that because that's my lid with the two little tenon, where the little tenons go. I do not. So that's the top, the bottom, the little support, and the handle. My trim pieces, I really don't need those because I know what they are. They're just a round over 1 inch 3/8, and so I don't need this rectangle. And then the box, I don't need that because that's just the outer part of the box. So I don't need any of this, any of this. I don't need any of this. Those two. This, if I measure that, that should be 3/8 of an inch horizontally from here to here. Let me find the one that's 3/8. Oh, it's not going to be 3/8 because that one was not 3/8. I don't know why it measures 3/8, but that's not true. So that's the actual measurement. So that's my lid. That's the lip that goes around. Now the inside here should be 4 by 4. So if I measure from here to here, that's 4. And if I measure vertically, there to there, that's 4. Yeah. So that 4.04, that's how wide that piece was. It wasn't 3/8. So I don't know why SketchUp was rounding it. But again, also at the same time, I don't know why it's 4.032 when it is actually the top of that cove is actually 3/8. So I don't know what the deal was. But anyhow, so I only need one of these. I don't need both. So just this one. I can get rid of those two. On this is all the vectors. I wish I could turn it on its side. I wanted to tilt this like in SketchUp, but all those vectors, none of these, that's all the side stuff. So I don't need any of that, or that. And this is the 1 inch foot. So I don't need that at all either. So these are the only parts that I need. The rest of them I can lay out. All right, let's start with our main box part here. So we're actually going to use the molding toolpath on this because we don't have a big cove bit, a big massive cove bit. So here we're going to draw the vector that we're going to use to sweep across this. And that is going to look like this. This board is 1 3/8 inches thick. Mary Beth, can you let that dog out, please? It is going to be on the width here, 5.5 inches wide. On here, there is if I grab a guideline here, there's an 1/8 inch little lip. So negative, I'm going down, negative 0.125 parallel guide right here. And then this, I'm going upward with it. So if I right click, it's a positive 0.125. And then from here, 1 inch to the right. So negative 1 inch. That is where my arc is going to go. So if I click on my arc and everything, and I missed my entire guideline here, so bear with me just a second. Let me delete that one. For some reason, I missed that mark totally. All right, now let me make that relative guide. Okay, so if I take my arc tool, click once here, pull the center down to there. Make sure that I did snap to that end because it looked like I was off, but I did. And then I can come into node editing, and we don't need this bottom span, so that gets deleted. So just this part here, and this right here to here, where that line is, I'll just take the scissors and trim that away. So let's turn off the vectors and all. And this, I'll make a copy of it, Control here and I'll rotate it. That's my cove. Okay, so that's what the cove is going to look like. Now, on this cove with the vector turned sideways, if I draw a line, let's hope this is right. I'm going to draw 2 lines, one on the right side here, and then I'm also going to draw one across the top. And the reason why I'm going to do that is because I'm going to draw a straight line across the top. The reason why I'm going to do that is because sometimes when I'm in the molding tool path, I forget which way is which as far as what I need to do. So I want to sweep this across. So I think I use this line with this profile. Let's find out. Molding tool path, I want to select the path first. Hold down the shift key, select that last, and you see what it does? Not the right way. All right, control. Let's do this line and that. No. All right. So it kills me every single time. I'm going to rotate this part. I've already got it parted right here, rotated. Let's take this line right here. Oh, did I delete the line? Hold on. Did I lose my lines? I did. All right, so one more time. I always forget this. If I take this and that, nope, it's not that one. What, which one is it? That and that? There we go. Ah, it's crazy. And what it does is basically, so it's got to be turned 90 degrees like this because it takes this profile right here, you know, and it cuts that profile along the length. So it's traveling this way, but it's spreading that. So having it turned sideways, it was trying to do it up and down. It's really weird. So I always get confused on that. You know, hey, it happens, it happens. All right, so anyway, one more time. This vector here. Sorry. This vector here and that path. I'm going to use a 1/4-inch ball nose. And as far as the clearance tool, the large clearance area, I'll use a 1/4-inch end mill with that. We're going to calculate that tool path. And I'm going to turn this up on its left side so we can see that. Now, here's the kicker. I do not need the vector to go down the side. And I do not need the vector to actually roll over the top. I need it to just stop from here to here. So on that tool path, I'm going to delete that. And on this vector here, I'm going to go into node editing. I'm going to cut the vector on this node and cut it on that node. All right. One more time. I'm going to select that vector. This one first, and then that one second. Now, this line, let me hit undo and close this tool. This line has to be moved in 1/8 of an inch. So I need to move this down. So I'm going to drag it down 0.125. Will it let me? Did that move 1/8 of an inch? Let's turn the guideline on and find out. It did. Wonderful. I was able to drag that line, type in 1/8 of an inch, and snap it to that part. And the reason why I want it there is because that's where this starts on this tool here, or this vector, 1/8 of an inch in. So one more time, molding tool path, that vector selected first, this one second. It should go 1/8 of an inch to 1/8 of an inch. That's perfect. Calculate this tool path. That's the cove that I need right there. And the clearing, and then the finish cut kind of wraps right up and over. Not sure why it wraps up and over because there's no vector there, but it does. No big deal. But here's something odd. It moved down. So I must have hit the down arrow. Can't have that. So it's got to be up here because that height actually means something. That height actually means something. So let me open this back up. And I want to, let's see here. Select that without moving it this time and calculate that. There we go. All right, let me see what everything looks like here. And it's odd. There we go. Let me see what's happening here. Oh, when I moved that down, because they were both selected, when I moved this down, it moved that down. That's what happened. So that was my screw up. So 0.125, move that down. All right. That's why that other line moved down. There's always a reason for things happening. And we preview this visible toolpath. The rough cut that bit is taken too shallow of a cut. So I'm going to stop it. That's we've got to go deeper. We've got to go faster than that, or else it'll be forever. I'm going to edit this tool. Yeah, way too, yeah. So way too shallow and too slow. Plunge rate, half of the feed rate. My ball nose bit is definitely wrong. I don't know where are these tool settings coming from, man? Oh, I know why. Because I'm using the default generic tools that were just defaulted in there instead of selecting my actual tools. That's why. That is why. Okay. So what do we have for, is anybody, I put y'all all to sleep 2.5 hours ago. Any questions from any of you? Because that drawing it out in SketchUp was a little all over the place, but I needed you to be able to see the visual of it and everything. Now, of course, you could see a very exact same box if you wanted to say in Pinterest somewhere, you know, a decorative box, Asian style box, whatever you want to call. But super simple, super quick to make. The longest toolpath on this is this swept profile toolpath because essentially it is a 3D model. Now, technically, I'm using a 1/4-inch ball nose here, but I could absolutely use a 1/2-inch ball nose, a 3/4-inch ball nose. I could use a cove bit, you know, for all that, you know, is worth and stuff. I could absolutely speed this up by, you know, using larger bits and things. But if you have questions, now's the time to ask because we're going to be wrapping up here shortly. All right, and so that finished cove cut is going to come down and sweep. Okay, and that's what we're going to look like now. This part right here, it really needs to, you have two choices at this point, okay? One, you don't necessarily need to set it up as a two-sided part, but it is going to be a two-sided part because this board is going to get, be flipped over. We got to cut the grooves on the bottom side of it. And the grooves are going to just be cut on the bottom side. It doesn't have to be, like flipped and laid out just perfect and all that stuff. We could have a jig set up and everything, or we could have a router table set up, because coming in from the bottom, a 1/4 inch up from the bottom of the fat part here, 1/4 inch up, there's going to be a 1/4 inch groove, a 1/4 inch deep down each end, because this part's going to get cut down the middle. And this is two long 18-inch pieces. I can make 2 boxes out of this, 2 complete sides out of this 18-inch piece once this thing gets ripped in half. Okay, and so there's going to be a 1/4 inch groove on the back side here. Again, a 1/4 inch in, 1/4 inch in, a 1/4 inch deep with a 1/4 inch wide bit. That's going to be the groove for the bottom to go into when this thing gets cut on your miter saw and you get your 45-degree angles cut and everything on there. So you can cut the grooves in and then flip the board over and do the cove. You don't have to set it with dowel pins and any of that stuff. You just got to make sure that, after you cut your grooves in, we'll create the vectors for them. But after you cut your grooves in, just flip the board over, lay it out, zero out your X and Y, and cut the cove, right? Whatever you want to do. It doesn't have to be too technical. You don't have to get the dowel pins out and drill the alignment holes and this and that. It's not a critical flip. But on this same board here, we can go ahead and lay out the vectors. We don't need this vector anymore. We don't need this vector here, and we don't need this vector there. So those 2 vectors kind of go together. But for our grooves, we're going to have a 1/4 inch wide groove. It's going to be 18 inches by 0.25. We're going to have that pocket. We're going to do just a pocket cut with it. We're going to have the vector go out just past the line on both sides. But I also want it to be a 1/4 inch in. So let me move this down to here and then use the move tool to make a relative move 0.25 inches up. Okay. And then I'll take that and mirror it, creating a mirror copy, flipping it about job center, flipping it vertically for that vector. So this vector, these 2 vectors here, these will be the bottom side cut on this. So it'll be a pocket cut, cutting a 1/4 inch deep with a 1/4 inch end mill. And so that's going to be, let me reset the preview and preview that again. That's going to create those 2 grooves. Now I'm going to set this job up as a 2-sided job just for visual purposes only, but it does not need to be a 2-sided job, but I'm going to set it up as a 2-sided job. I'm going to take this tool path right here, and I'm going to copy it to the other side. And then I'm going to delete it from here because it doesn't need to be on this side if it's on that side. I'm going to take these 2 vectors and move them to the other side. And I'll go over to the other side. Select these 2 vectors and calculate this toolpath. Preview all sides. Now, as far as the cutting it in half, you can do that right on your CNC if you want to, or you can just take it over to your table saw and rip it in half. Your choice. If you take it over to the table saw and rip it in half, because technically there's a 1/4 inch, I've allotted for a 1/4 inch rip to be in your, and most saw blades are only 1/8 of an inch in width. If you do use the table saw, the size of the from one side to the other basically is 2 5/8 and 2 5/8 from this side to the, where it gets cut, 2 5/8 and 2 5/8, and that leaves a 1/4 of an inch in the middle to get ripped out. And the reason why I did that is so it can be ripped out with a 1/4 inch end mill right on the CNC table, get cut right in half. Or if you do it on a table saw, just, run the wide side against your fence, and you can cut it down the middle, but you can trim that 1/8 of an inch off each edge. Because overall, the height of this when it's flipped up on the side is 2 5/8. The box is 2 5/8. And does that? And you might ask yourself, does that other 1/8 of an inch really matter? If I just rip it down the middle, do I need to really worry about that? Not really. Your box is just slightly taller. Doesn't matter. All right, so now for this, for preview purposes, this is what, that part would look like, right? 2 grooves on the back, the cove on the front. And if we just go for it, let's take a line, draw a line. Let's snap right to the center here. Hold down the shift key and drag that line out. And if I do a profile cut, cutting, it's actually 3/8 of an inch thick right there at that cove. And if I'm cutting on the back side, I really only need to go down, like if I've got the cove upside down and I've just cut those grooves second, maybe I cut the cove first, whatever. Maybe I cut the grooves first and the cove last, whatever the case may be. If the cove is face up, then I want to start 1 inch down. My start depth needs to be 1 inch, and I need to cut 3/8. If the cove is face down and I'm cutting from the top part, then I start depth to 0 and I'm cutting down 3/8. Right? So in this scenario here, I'm on the back side, the cove's on the other side. So I would be starting at 0, cutting 3/8 of an inch deep. And we're going to be using a 1/4 inch end mill. On the line. And when that gets cut, it is separated right there. It's just a little bitty hair. Let's go ahead and let's have it go 3/8 of an inch deep. 3.38. Preview the visible toolpath. There we go. And so that would be our 2 halves of this board, and 1 half of the board will make up 1 box with a little scrap left over if it was an 18-inch board. You'd have a little bit of scrap left over if you mitered those. If you mitered, now account for your waste and all that stuff. But so that would be the 2 sides. And then on the other pieces, let's flip back over to the other side here. On the other parts, these 2 vectors, let me get this. This vector here and this vector here moves to sheet Oh, it's already on top and bottom. I just need to align it. So align to the center of the material. Okay. And I can get out of this little sheet here with there's some scrap. You can make your board whatever size you need to, but I can get these two pieces out. So on these two pieces, this is a 1/4 inch slot here. And it's very important. I only have on that little face on that reveal. If we go back to the SketchUp file right here, on this reveal, this part is 1/4 inch, right? And if I hide this pocket is 3/16. So I only have a 30-second reveal all the way around and everything. And so if you want that reveal to be a little bit more, you could, make the tenon a little smaller. It could be a smaller tenon. It doesn't have to be such a fat tenon, whatever the case may be. But on this is only 1/4 inch wide. So if my bit, I need to really be accommodate, an appropriate size bit. So like if I'm using an 1/8 inch end mill or something like that. But if I'm using an 1/8 inch end mill, the radius of that is a 1/16. And on this inside cut here, the if I just cut it as it is, it'll round off those edges. If I do that on my tenon, I would need to round off those edges. And if I am cutting the tenon with the router bit with that little part facing up, and then I'm cutting it with the router bit and everything, I can, I need to draw and make sure that vector is going to be round. It has radius, has fillets on the end of it. If I use T-bone or dog bone fillets or what have you on this, I need to kind of make sure that I'm not, I need to use an appropriate bit. So long story short is this is only cutting a 1/4 inch deep. I would use my 16th inch end mill because that'll give me a 32nd inch radius, and it'll be hidden by that part. So when I come in here with my fillet tool, if I'm using a 16th inch end mill on these little fillers here, 0.3125 is my radius. If I use a dog bone fillet and I put a dog bone fillet on here, 0.03125. If I put a dog bone fillet on here, there's a chance that it'll be seen on the outside there. But if I put a T-bone fillet on it and I go out, here, I'm only going out that 32nd. And when the part fits on, it should cover right to that edge. Let me draw here. Let me hit undo on that. And let me take that part right there and let me size that up. So if I go on here plus a 16th plus 0.0625 equals, and I hit apply, let's do an offset. I didn't like the way that looked. Offset outward a 1/16 of an inch. that kind of thing. Yeah. And I want to go a 32nd, not a 16th, 0.03125. And I want square corners because that's kind of what it is. It's square. Give me just a second. What am I missing, ladies and gentlemen? Hold on. Do I have too many decimals? I have too many decimals. So it was hiding from me. So if I offset that outward, that's the part, right? So if I put a fillet on this, if I'm using a 16th inch bit to pocket it out, and I use a fillet on this, 0.03125 would be the radius of the bit. If I do it as a T-bone fillet on here, then it's going to be hidden by that part. If I do it as a dog bone fillet, it might also be hidden by that part. Yeah. So either way, I'm good, right? So the dog bone fillet will be the better choice on this one. And my part here, if I measure, that should be a 32nd. Should be. Yeah. Right? So when that piece fits in, that tenon fits in and everything, it covers those up. So either one, and the dog bone fillet in this choice is the better choice and everything for that. But a 16th inch V-bit is what's going to, cut that part out. And so on here, we want that 0.3125, 1, 2, 3, 4. So those two vectors, let's get rid of that. Those are going to be a pocket cut. They're going to cut a 1/4 inch deep. If you want to leave a little area for glue gap or anything like that, you can go a little bit more. Wouldn't go too much more or anything like that. But we could probably go another 10 thousandths or something. If you're worried about it bottoming it out or being raised up or anything like that, you could go, 0.26 on there. We're going to use a 16th inch end mill. And if you don't have one, Speed Tool makes a great 16th inch end mill on Amazon, very inexpensive. We can take 1/8 of an inch per pass with that bit. $65 and $32. We don't need the 1/4 in there. And if we calculate that, this would be our mortises, lid, top, mortise, cuts. And then these two would be profile cutouts. So, oops. That and that would be a profile cut, cutting all the way through the material. And now here, all right, now let's stop here. I made this material 3/4 inches thick. This is very important. I made this 3/4 of an inch thick, and the top lid only needs to be 3/8 of an inch, and the bottom, this one here, only needs to be a 1/4. So I want to do a little bit of a pocket to mill that out. So I want to offset those two outward. I'll offset them outward a 1/16 of an inch. Let's undo that. Let's go 1/8 of an inch, half the bit at least. I'm using a 1/4 inch end mill. We're going to do a pocket cut first. So this one is going to go, it's going to be pocketed down 3/8 of an inch because it only needs to be 3/8. It's a 3/4 board. So 0.375, we're going to use a 1/4 inch end mill. And that changes our little mortises because it's got to start at that 3/8, you know, and everything. So our pocket cut's going to be first in the list. So that'll be the first cut. For this cut right here, I would actually probably use one of those serrated bits. I haven't tried one of those yet. I'd like to. Now, on the mortise cut, it needs to start. It needs to start at that 3/8 of an inch. And it needs to cut down 0.26. And then our profile cut we'll do the profile cut on both parts last. So on this pocket cut, on this piece, this pocket cut is going to be, now this one, it has to go a full 1/2 inch cut depth because it's only going to be a 1/4 inch piece remaining. So 0.5 using a 1/4 inch end mill. And again, if what I'm assuming is everybody's got a 3/4 inch board, you know, and they might not have a planer to mill it down or something. So you got to kind of do it at the CNC table. And so that's what this scenario is. But if you have a way to run this through a drum sander or a planer or something, you know, and you can run it through your bandsaw and resaw the board and you can get 2 parts out of it, you know, kind of thing. Because you could take your 3/4 inch board, rip it in half and have your 3/8. And then you could take that, you know, part of that 3/8 and mill it down another, you know, 1/4 or, you know, 1/8 of an inch and get your 1/4 inch board out of it, right? Whatever tools you have in your shop to make the process fast and all that easy. But if you didn't have, you'd have to do these pockets on the CNC and then your profile cuts to cut them out. That way you're cutting out the right size thickness. Hopefully that makes sense and I'm not losing you guys because we're already 3 hours into this. And we're almost done, but the final cut here is going to be the profile cuts. So those 2 cuts, and they're actually going to be on the inside vectors here. And we're going to cut all the way through the material. Now, on here, this has been milled down a 1/2 inch. This has been milled down 3/8 of an inch, right? And so I could do 2 separate profile cuts, or one's going to cut air, which would be a waste of time. So in this case, this one is already 3/8 down. So if I start at 3/8, 0.75 or 0.375, and I cut 3/8 on the outside of the line, I can add tabs. And the tabs don't need to be that thick or anything like that. They can be very light, 0.0625. Stand by for a second. Cancel. I do not want, this is supposed to be 375. Calculate. Oh, I got to add the tabs. Hold on a second. I've created the tab, but I didn't add the tabs. So I can just do 1 here and here. Calculate. Preview that visible toolpath. Okay, and that'll be that piece cut out, you know, with the 2 tabs on the end there. And then this one, they're going to be run together, but it would be a separate profile toolpath starting at 1/2 inch, cutting 1/4 inch. Add tabs, edit tabs. We'll drop a tab and stand by. I got to select the right vector. One here and here. And calculate. And so that'll come in and do those 2. So that would be the 2 cuts for those 2 parts. Okay, so now we have these 2 parts here, and we only need on our main board that does the cove and all, we only need 1/2 of it, basically, you know, for this one box. But then our trim pieces. So our trim pieces are these pieces here that are 0.4032 inches wide, and that's fine. The piece here that's our handle, which is 3 7/8 inches long by 3/4 inches tall. And then we have this here that's we need 2 of these, and we'll talk about these in just a second, but let's get them all on the right board. Let's take all of this and move it over to the trim pieces sheet. And on the trim pieces, we also need the bottom piece. So let's lay everything out here. And you can have your CNC cut the miters because they're all getting cut, on the flat, right? So we're not doing miter cuts this way. They're on the edge. So anyhow, let me make this sheet active. So our trim pieces, and when our foot pieces back in SketchUp on that foot here, okay, that overall length and overall width, so that width is 1 inch. So from the outside edge to the inside is 1 inch. But that overall length that we ended up with and everything was 7 inches. That's long point to long point, okay? 7 inches with a 45-degree miter on it if we were doing that. Now, again, I could just glue up the little panel and just cut out the center and be done with it, that kind of thing. Or I could glue them up as a miter. But on here, we're going to have a 1 inch wide, excuse me, by 7 inch long part. We're going to have 4 of those to create this part. There's going to be a 45-degree miter. Space bar. We can take our scissors and trim that and that. There is going to be one vector right here. We're going to do a round over on this backside using a Whiteside 2050 1/8 inch round over bit. So we'll draw an extra vector on that part right there. And with that, we need 4 of those setup, right? Of that setup and everything. So first of all, let's kind of minimize our waste and stuff here. So let's take this and I can mirror this. I can flip it to the bottom here, to the right, to the top for those 4 parts. Whatever we need. And then out of the space here and here, I should be able to get the 2 handles, 2 of these little handles. And also I should be able to fit this handle in here somewhere. Yeah, right there. And then this piece. We'll talk about that in a minute. This piece, I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees here. It's going to get cut out, but I probably wouldn't run the bit in a profile cut in this fashion here. I could, but then I would have to put fillets in here. And those would definitely be seen. They couldn't be really hidden by the part because the part sits flush in here. So I really wouldn't want that. But if I'm cutting this tenon and I have to stand this part up and turn it upside down and just make those two cuts, there's two of them. Or if I'm making a box, I could gang them all up to their side and everything. Then I would probably come in here and take this straight across, take this, go into node editing. First of all, I got to ungroup it. There's a lot of vectors in there. Hold on a second. Ungroup. Ungroup. All right, so let's delete that. All right, that's that. Let's delete that. There's a lot of extra vectors on top of each other. There we go. And so I would take this vector here, go to node editing. I would cut the vector here and here. And on these two vectors and all, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't open the door like that. On these two vectors here, I would pull that up. Use my extend tool to extend just from here to here and there to there. So that way this and that was one vector. So join and close that off. And then take this vector and just join it with a straight line, right? Two separate vectors because that'll be cut afterwards. We won't even use it in this. I'll leave it there for right now, but here, let me just make a copy of this. Set that off to the side. This doesn't need to be there right now. So I would literally profile cut this, and this is going to get filleted inward, and it gets hidden by the part when it gets put in there. So on here, we'll weld this together. So it'd be like that. And we would use a T-bone fillet on this one. Again, I could use an 1/8 inch end mill to cut this part out because it's only a 1/4 inch thick piece of material here. And so if that was the case, I would use a 1/16 inch radius. And the T-bone fillet, I would put it on this leg in here. Because when that goes down into the, let's say that this was the mortise. Let's say that's the mortise there. When that part goes in, those fillets are inside the mortise. You never see them. They're hidden and everything. Versus a dog bone fillet on that case, if I did a dog bone fillet, then that puts the angle, which I don't have enough room to do a dog bone fillet on that inside corner there. But if I did, it would put it outward, and it would, you know, there would be a chance that it would get seen. So this one's a T-bone fillet. T-bone fillet on this leg and this leg. All right. So that's a profile cut. This is a profile cut. Let's delete that. We only need one vector here, one vector there. That line is for our round over and everything. And on our round over, we make the line slightly longer. As a matter of fact, I can just get rid of this line, delete that, and extend this one all the way across and have it come off the end a little bit here. And then the same thing here. And what I'll do is I'll just delete this, delete that. I'll take these parts right here and center them up and down on the board. That way I can take this line and just flip it right across there. So here, these two lines would be a 1/8 inch round over. Now here's the deal. When this bit cuts, it's a 1/4 inch deep cut. So it's a 1/4 inch thick material. So it's cutting all the way through for this round over. Okay. And when it does that, because the board is only so wide here, here and here, this wood is gone. This wood out here on the outside, the sides is gone, right? So we want to make sure that we have enough bit. I'm going to use an 1/8 inch end mill to cut all these parts. Since I'm using it here, might as well use it everywhere on this board. So if that was the case, I want to make sure that I have enough room, for my bit to get in between there. And I have plenty of room. I could even bring these parts in some. But on this vector here and here, it's a profile cut, cutting a 1/4 inch deep with a white side 20/50 1/8 inch round over if you're doing it on the table, or you can take it to a router table and do it there. It doesn't matter. But if you're doing it on the CNC, 2-side tape holding this board down, right? So, 2-sided tape holding it down. So you don't necessarily need tabs or any of that stuff, but, and that kind of stuff. But you're going to be cutting on the outside of the line. But the important part is it needs to step over that line by 1/8 inch. Now, here's the important part. It's cutting on the outside, but it's stepping over 1/8 inch. It's very important to make sure the nodes, the start points, are on the correct side. Because if I calculate this, and if we look, this one's cutting on the correct side. This one is not. So here on this vector, I need to go into node editing, and I need to change the start point to down here. And you're like, but it is starting there. Yeah, but it'll reverse itself in just a second. And when I calculate this, we should be cutting on the correct side of the line. Now, if I look at this in solid view, that 1/8 inch step over is what the step over is for the 1/8 inch round over. So 1/4 inch deep, 1/8 inch step over the line. That's that offset. It's called a allowance offset. And so what that looks like in the 3D view, when we preview that visible toolpath, it's going to cut that. Now, that bit is set up, that particular bit is set up to cut a full cut. A full cut in one pass. That's what it's set up for in my tool database, because normally there's a relief cut a 1/4 inch deep with a end mill before the round over and everything like that. Well, this bit can plunge. It's got a plungeable tip on it, and it can cut and plunge and everything. But if you want it to take passes, 2 passes, 1/8 inch pass and 1/8 inch pass, for that 1/4 inch cut, that's fine. But this is taking a full quarter at one time. If that's too aggressive for you or your machine, and it depends on the rigidity and the strength, then just reduce the pass step to 1/8 inch. But what that's going to do is that's going to round over this edge and this edge, and the profile cuts cutting all the way through the material with an 1/8 inch end mill. On the outside of the line. I'm not going to put tabs. I'm not going to put tabs on this because there's going to be two-sided tape holding it. But I've calculated this, preview that tool path. If we, for a moment, just get rid of this for a second. If we look, only the outside is rounded over. So that way when they get mitered together, glued together and everything, just the outside perimeter is rounded over. Okay. So that's the 4 pieces for the feet. That's the feet. Okay. The handle, no round over. It's a straight cut. I do need an 1/8 of an inch bit to be able to fit in between here. So I'm actually going to just slide this over a little bit more and make sure that an 1/8 inch bit can, fit in there just fine, right? Kind of thing. But this cut, and I need 2 of these, so I'm going to mirror this up, flip that. Oops, wrong direction. And let me see here. I can actually move these in a little bit. Doesn't matter. So these 3 cuts are going to be a profile cut, cutting all the way through the material with an 1/8 inch end mill on the outside of the line. Again, there's going to be two-sided tape holding this. And I'd probably, if I was going to make 2 of these boxes, I'd fit as many parts as I could in the little openings and all that stuff of these little parts, the little notch things, but or the little handle holders, handle supports, whatever you want to call them, whatever the situation calls for. Okay, so that's those 2 things. Now, there's going to be another board like this that's going to do the trim pieces for the top of the lid. That's the only other trim piece, the top of the lid. Unfortunately, now the top of the lid is if you remember the measurement, 0.4032 wide, right? So imagine that I have a board that is 0.4032, and I'll just go, let's say, bear with me just a second. Long point to long point. It's roughly, let's call it 5 inches, right? You'll be cutting the miters. We'll be drawing the miters into it, but so the and that's crazy. It really throws me off, but it's what it says. But anyhow, 4, let's call it 5 inches. 5 times 4 is 20 inches. So let's say we have another, strip of wood that only needs to be 10 or 11 inches wide, because we can get 2 out of, we can side by side, just like we did these here, right? Just like that. So on that, we could just have 2 of these pieces of wood. So on the sheets, our trim pieces, we would just add another sheet just like that. And this could be our top trim pieces, top trim pieces, whatever. And so on the top trim pieces, that's going to be a weird number, 4.8063. And I honestly would probably cut the box and have it glued together, and I would take my measurement. Honestly, I would, that throws me off, and I don't know why, because if I come over here on the box lid, and this lid covers the box edge to edge, right? Now, my tape measure in SketchUp does round up, unfortunately, but if I measure from here to here, I should be at, let's try that again, from here to here, 4 13/16. Okay. Now, from where it glues to the edge, the inside is 4 inches. 4 inches. This inside area where it fits in, that's 4 by 4. I don't get it. But this is only 3/8 of an inch from here to here. I don't know where the other numbers come from. But anyway, I would glue the box together, the frame, the sides of it, and I would measure before I made my trim piece cuts on the top. But let's just go with the numbers that we have here. I'm going to trust these numbers. 4.0863, and that's the great thing about a CNC. I can make my trim and pieces any size I want because it'll cut it to the size that I tell it. So if I come in here, this is the last 4 pieces that we're cutting here. So stick with me for this last little bit. If I come in here and I'll take a guideline right here. I'll make another relative guide. 8063. I don't know why I forgot that so quickly. 4.8063. It's a relative guide, not an absolute. 4.8063. Bring this over to that guideline. 45-degree miter. So miter cut. Space bar to finish. Miter. Space bar to finish. Scissors. Trim, trim. Draw an extra line. We'll draw that line in just a minute after we get the 4 pieces laid out. But so on here, we'll take the mirror tool, flip copy to the right, bottom and to the left. We'll take these 2 parts and move them over a little bit, give us some room. We'll take these 2 parts and move them, not over, down. Give ourselves some room. Center those on the board. Draw a line right straight across the back of this. Space bar to finish. Extend that line. So hold down that shift key so the bit goes past the part on both ends. Mirror that line, flipping it vertically across the board, and our parts are not centered. So let me undo that, Control Z. And if I take these 4 parts, 5 parts, let me turn off those guidelines. They're driving me crazy. These 5 parts, and I center them up and down on the board. There we go. Now I can mirror that part so it lands there. I already know from experience that the node, the starting point, has to be on this end for here and on this end for there. So I believe I got that right this time. Let's go select that and that. Rinse and repeat. Profile cut, 1/4 inch deep with a white side 2050 round over bit. If you don't have one of those, it's a great bit to have in your arsenal of tools. It's really nice. White side 2050. We're going to cut on the outside of the line with a -1/8 inch step over. And let's see how we did on cutting on the lines. Wonderful. Preview the visible toolpath. Nice. Profile cut, cutting those parts out. Cutting a 1/4 inch deep with an 1/8 inch end mill. I'll use the same end mill on these, so I don't have a whole lot of tool changes. 1/8 inch end mill. No tabs because I'll use 2-sided tape on this. I'd probably shorten this board up. It probably wouldn't be that long. But if I did do it that long, then I would probably do double these sets, because 2 sets of these could fit on there, and I could make multiple boxes. Again, fit the pieces to be whatever you need. Preview the visible toolpath. And so that leaves us with those parts, and those would be our trim parts for the outside of the lid. They get glued at the top edge of the lid. So on that top edge of the lid, they get glued flush with the top, and they're 1/4 inch. So that leaves, you know, we have a 1/8 inch for that top to sit inside of the box. Gets glued on there. And that, ladies and gentlemen, are the parts. That's the trim for the top, the bottom and top lid, the trim for the foot for the bottom, and our parts here. Now, the only 2 parts we have to deal with are these 2 parts right here, cutting that little notch in. And also the little tenon here. Now, here's how I would handle that. Because I would probably, I mean, if I was batching these out, right? If I was batching these parts, and this is the last little hoorah, stay with me, just come on for a couple more minutes. If I was batching these out, I would probably be cutting not just 2 of those parts. If I was making 1 box, yes. But if I was making a bunch of these little boxes to give away or to give for Christmas or to sell, whatever, right? Because they could be beautiful little boxes, right? Then I would probably be making a bunch of these little parts. So my jig, I'm going to create a new sheet here that's going to be the jig for these little parts. So this new sheet is going to be the jig. We'll just call it jig. And if I edit that, wait for it, and remind me to hit save. Let me hit cancel on this, and let me hit save really quickly. Save, because I haven't saved none of that. And it's lagging. Deco box. All right. On this jig, if I edit this, it would probably be, a 5 or 6 inch piece. So let's just go, it'd be MDF. So 6 by 6, 6 by 6 by 3/4. All right. One side of this has a 15-degree taper, or one end has a 15-degree. Those are 15-degree angles. Okay. The other side is straight. So on the side that's straight, I'm going to have 2 sets of holes. The holes that the bottom fits in, so I can cut the tops. And I want supports, and also they'll probably be, stacked side by side or something like that. If I did them individually, that's fine. I just got to make sure that when the bit cuts through, or I'll probably have the bit drill down. But if I have it cut through, I can't have it popping the part out, right? Because this is all just friction fit. So most likely, I would have on the jig, when the part's upright for that little pocket part, I would probably have the bit just come right straight down and just kind of peck down to the 3/8 of an inch, because it's going to be a flat bottom anyway. So versus going, through it, causing, it might where it flip out if I didn't have some kind of supports. And I can make my supports. I'll show you exactly what I would do if I was doing the supports. But the otherwise, I wanted to drill down. But here's the layout. So these vectors right here, when this thing gets cut out, this mortise isn't there yet. It's a 1/4 inch thick, and it's a square that comes right down here. So the size of this for the mortise, and you decide if are you cutting the mortise first or the V first, or what are you doing, that kind of thing. I don't know. I would probably cut the V first. So imagine on the V, let me get a rectangle tool going here, and let me go over to, let me take this part. Let me see if I can get this active here. Come on. Take this part and move it to the jig. Move to sheet jig. Make the jig active. Move that over and zoom in. Okay. This part, I'll leave it right there for a minute, but that's not part of there. So on here, imagine I'm cutting, a recess out here. So imagine a square to begin with, and on this square, let me snap it to here. Let me snap it to there. Take this and snap it to that corner, that edge, and this to this edge. Okay. So this part, this part right here, if it were a square without the 15-degree side angles, come on now, Lenny. Hold on a second. Let me get my snaps right. I don't know how everything shifted. Stop moving. Stay right there. Okay. This part is 3/4 by 3/4 if it didn't have that 15-degree angle on it, right? And it's a 1/4 inch thick. So imagine I have like mortises essentially, but the mortise is going to have an angle cut to it. But the mortise, let's start out with just a simple rectangle. We'll organize it in just a minute. But that mortise is only going to be a 1/4 inch wide by 3/4 at the, if I had it sitting all the way down, I could have it sitting halfway. It depends on how deep I want it to go, right? This is a 3/4 inch piece. This is a 3/4 inch tall right here. I don't want to go all the way through my MDF board. I'm only going to go about 3/8, right? So at the 3/8 inch mark, let me find, that's my 3/8 inch mark right here. This part right here would be the part that would be, could be stuck into the jig. And so into the pocket, right? Now remember this slot right here. Let me move this out of the way for a second. It's this part right here. That's the pieces that we just cut out right there. Okay. So there's no notch in there. That's going to be the next cut. So here I have a 15-degree angle and a 15-degree angle. And the widest part this is not 3/4 of an inch wide. It's only at that width or at that height. If it was sitting all the way down in, you got to think of it like a square kind of thing. But right here from this point, let's do vertical measurement. From here to here is 0.549 inches wide. So 0.55 inches wide. Doesn't matter if it's a little bit wider because it'll press down just a little bit further and it'll go in just a little bit deeper, but a nice little friction fit. Okay, so we're going to call it 0.55. So this slot that's going to go in is going to be 0.55 inches wide. So 0.55. Unlinked by 1/4, 0.25. Okay. Now, at the top, that's how wide it is, but then it's going to be a 15-degree angle. Now, half of a 30-degree V-bit, the side angle is 15 degrees. And this is cutting down, that depth is 3/8 of an inch deep. Let me get rid of this number. From here to here is only 3/8 of an inch deep. So if I had a, I could have a 30-degree bit. The width here is 1/4 of an inch. So it could have a 1/4 inch shank. And it's a chamfer. Essentially is what it is. It's a chamfer coming in. And I have a choice at this point. I can use the chamfer toolpath on here, on this, not on the outside, but I could be cutting on the inside of the cut with the correct bit. Let's get the correct bit on here. And you want to make sure it's not a 30-degree side angle for a 60-degree included angle. You want a 30-degree angle with a 15-degree side angle, right? That's important. So with a 30-degree V-bit, 1/4 inch shank, it can't be a 1/2 inch head because there's only a 1/4 inch slot that it's fitting into. The select on that inside here. We only need this line, not all 4 of these lines, just the 2 lines on the end. So if I went into node editing and I deleted this span, I don't want to delete the span. I want to cut the vector. I wish there was a button for explode, so I could explode all 4 vectors. That would be nice. But let's cut the vector here, 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 here. And on this line, I need the start point to be down here. Okay. Now the arrowheads point to the deepest part of the cut. And the deepest part of the cut is not on the outside edge. That's the shallowest part of the cut. That's the top. So I need to be on the inside, but I need to be sloping downward. The bit's it's got to slope downward. It's got to cut in. Okay. And it's got to cut inward. Now, bear with me. This line on this side, same scenario. Okay. It's got to be, the start point has to be up here, so the bit's cutting in. And I want to see, I think the chamfer toolpath will give me exactly what I need. But based off the router bit at a 15-degree angle, that's exactly what I want. The width, how deep it needs, or how wide it is, how wide it is, it's saying that the cut depth is going to be the full 3/4 to get to that, to get to that angle. And I can change the cut depth because it's a blue box that's highlighted here. That should let me change. I think the blue box allows me to change and the grayed out boxes don't. So I only need the cut depth to be 3/8, 0.375. Okay, 0.375. And I could go a little deeper if I wanted to be like a friction fit where it like pushes down and, that kind of thing. Whatever the case may be. 3/8 is really all we need to go. So when I calculate, let's go 0.38. I don't know, 3 something. We'll figure it out. But when we calculate this cut, let's imagine here, and we preview it. Let's see if this does it right. I don't know if the chamfer, let's see if the chamfer toolpath does me dirty or not. Okay. let me look at this really quickly. I had the that's the angle there. That's correct. And that's my side angle there. And then I need to clean this out. I need the two side angles, but I need to clean this out. So in the center, if I check off this toolpath right here, the point of the bit is coming right down to the middle here and right down to the middle of that bit there, right? So that center, this, by the way, this width here, this purple shows where it's cutting. And if I were to measure, this is a problem. Can't have the bit coming out here. That could be kind of almost like a fillet. We'll see. We'll figure that out in just a second. But if I measure from here to here, it should be my 0.2033, and that number is reflective of the depth of cut, or when it's at the depth of cut, that 0.38, that's the width, at the part of the bit that it's at. So 0.2033. So if I take a guideline and just snap it to here real quick. .2033 divided by 2 equals that. 0.2033 divided by 2 equals that. That's not true. Give me just a second, ladies and gents. Relative guide, 0.2033 divided by 2 equals. Yeah, why didn't that do that the last time? I have no idea why it didn't do the last time, but everything is just kind of goofing me up today. All right, let's zoom in and snap this to this corner. Do the same thing here, but it's a negative number. Okay. Now, that little center area there, that represents the rectangle that, I need to draw kind of a rectangle here. And I'm going to take my, it doesn't matter at this point, but I'm going to take a 1/8 inch end mill and kind of clean that up, mill that away, pocket that away. Now, once I get this laid out, I will lay out, 2, 4, or 6 of them or what have you when I get it figured out exactly how I want it. And then once I make that jig, I have that jig. I only have to make it once. So on my cut depth, I'm only cutting down 3/8. So I would probably use the smaller bit. So I'll use my 16th inch end mill, 0.375, 3/8. 0.38, calculate, preview that visible tool path. It's an optical delusion when you look at it from one side to another. But basically, that's it. All right. Now, when this peg comes down in here, it's already going to be tapered at the angle. So when it comes down in there, these two flat areas are going to hold it on its side. It doesn't matter that I have these little bulges right here and everything. It's going to be held here. But when the parts are in, again, if I'm coming at it from the side or drilling down or what have you, I'm going to have wooden supports. Let's say that I laid this tool path out just like this. Let me turn off these grid lines here. Let's say that I laid out this here and I create an array of that. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go 5 columns. We'll go 2 rows of this one. 2 rows, 5 columns, that's 10. And we'll put a gap, a space in between of 3/8 of an inch. And a 1/2 inch on Y, and we'll create that copy. And I need to go negative on Y, negative 1/2 inch. All right, so here on this toolpath, the chamfer toolpath, each vector and I'd probably have these closer together. We'll see in just a second, but I'll explain to you why I say that. But that will get calculated. And then we'll preview all this at once, but let's go here, 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 and here. At this point, I don't need those top spans, those top lines. That's all right. G for group, we'll group that for a minute. Come here and ungroup. Don't know why. I would definitely use the vector selection order, and I would select these vectors correctly. Trying to get this where this is the longest class we've ever had, so I know you guys are all asleep probably by now, but we're going to assume not. Let's reset the preview all the tool paths. Okay, now on here, I would have a small strip of wood that is probably about a 1/2 inch wide, 5 inches long. 1/2 inch is too wide. Let's go 3/8. Here, oh, hold down the control key, Laney, not the shift key. And then Now I'm building this jig for, long-term type production, situation that, I want to be making these and I want to lay it out. All right. So these boards would have, I would do probably maybe a little threaded insert or just drill and screw, but they would have 1, 2, 3 screws, one on each end, one in the middle on these 3 boards. Now these 3 boards, or these 3 little pieces of wood, they're going to be probably only about a 1/4 inch thick or whatever, but they're not going to be very thick. And they're going to be what trap the board in. So there's no side to side deflection on this kind of thing or what have you. Because when this part goes in, I'm either drilling down on them or I'm just going to run the bit right straight across, to like, the bit straight across to cut that groove there, that groove there, that groove there, what have you. But this part is the tapered part. So I'm not cutting grooves here. I'm cutting the little tenons, those little tenons and everything. This is on this side. On the other side, these 3 boards that would be holding the parts in, that keeps it from, this side to side movement and everything. I'm not really worried about them here, but these 3 boards would only have 3 screws in them. And I'd probably have, honestly, if I was making this jig, I'd probably put like small threaded inserts in the MDF so that I can use machine screws. And when I'm setting this up with all these parts and everything, I can just screw down. And those fences, I'll call them fences, or the supports or the braces or the whatever, the clamps, that those little 3 little boards are what's going to hold the part, from any kind of flex or anything like that while I do the cut. Now the actual cut here, again, you have to think about this when this is cut out. It looks like this, right? And so we are, it's already cut in on the 2 sides. So it's only the front and back face that we're milling off a 32nd off each face. That's it, a 32nd off each face. That 32nd is already milled off with the profile cut. When it cut this out, it already milled off those shoulders. So that, I don't know if it'll snap to the parts here, but that 1/16 of an inch, that little recess, whatever it is, let me see here. Is that a 16th? Give me a second. Yeah, that 1/16 of an inch on those edges and everything. I got to make sure that I got to make sure. Bear with me just a second. Bear with me just a second. This is going to be an important measurement really quickly. From here to here, 0.6136. Let me go back over here. All right, we'll figure out where that math went wrong. This should be 0.625. And it is on this one. That is a 1/16 of an inch here. What's the difference between, I made a copy of those. What's the difference? Hold on a second. This width right here, don't screw with me now, from here to here is 0.625, 5/8, 0.623. Yeah, roughly. I don't know why the number is throwing way over here. It's odd. It's being weird to me. But that is this distance here. Give me just a second. Measure from here. Oh, from there to there. Yeah, okay. I was being an idiot. So anyhow, the shoulders are already cut and everything for that piece to fit in, but the faces, the two faces, the 32nd off each face is all I'm milling off on those two parts. And the distance that I'm milling off is the depth of cut, because again, this is going to be poked up in the air facing up this way, is from horizontally from here to here is the number I was trying to, it's 1/4 of an inch. That's it. So when that part is sticking in there, the V down, boom, 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 I'm only literally facing off this side and this side, a 32nd off each side. So literally, I'm going to be running my end mill just right straight across, milling off a 32nd off of all of these. And then it's going to come over and it's going to mill a 32nd off of these. It's going to come over and mill a 32nd, come over and mill a 32nd right off each face because the shoulder cuts are already done and everything. So the on the profile cut, it's just a simple line cut. So I come in here and on the line, let me make this sheet active again. Guys, we're about to call it a day, 4 hours. I think you're getting it and stuff. I'll make the files available for everyone to make this box, but it's already 4 hours in. It's a line cut, and I'll snap it to the outside edge first. Snap it to the edge first, draw one line, then I can copy it down. But I'm going to extend it out. Hold the shift key down and extend it out. And the bit's going to follow this cut, but it's going to be a 32nd in. So if I do it right on the line here, if I do it right on the line, I need an allowance offset to go over the line by that 32nd. So on the profile cut, cutting 1/4 of an inch deep. Now the bit's coming down 1/4 of an inch and it's cutting right straight across that line. And I'll use a 1/4 inch end mill. It could be an 1/8 inch, but I'll use a 1/4 inch end mill. So there's not any deflection or any of that stuff. It's only a 32nd anyway. But I'm going to be cutting on the outside of the line, but I'm going to be stepping over negative 0.03125. Calculate. Now, the important part is that my my start point, my nose start point is on the right side, and this is on the wrong side. So on this, on my vector in node editing mode, this has to be the start point over here, so that when I calculate this and everything, it's cutting on this outside, and it's only cutting in that 32nd of an inch. So it's just, it's not making that noise. It's very quiet. But then, so on this line, now when I copy this line down, hold down the control key, and I'll just grab it and literally snap it to here. Hold down the control key, snap it to here. Hold down the control key and snap it to there. Every other line, the start point, like the start point now has to be on this one in node editing mode. It's got to be here on this end. And on this one, it's got to be on that end. And on this one, it's got to be on this end. So now when I open this up and I select that vector, this one, and that one, and I calculate that, it's cutting on the outside, which those two are kind of together, right? And then here. So it's just literally cutting off those shoulders. So now On the same jig over here somewhere, I mean, I could create rows of these, right? But on the same jig, I'm now going to have little mortises that those tenons that just got made, the 5/8 inch wide by whatever thick they are. I have to get the measurement on the thickness and all, but so that the little parts will just like literally flip right over. And when they flip over, now my parts are facing up, and now there's a 1/4 inch notch that either gets drilled or gets milled. And if I have the board supporting it, the little three, boards supporting it, so there's no flex, then I have no problem running it, just right down the line, right through versus drilling down. Whatever's cleanest, whatever comes out cleanest. And that mortise is going to be, remember now, this part is a 1/4 inch. So if we take a 16th off of a 1/4, that's 3/16. So the pockets here, no angle taper, it's a straight pocket now. It's a 3/16 inch by 5/8 of an inch. So 3/16 of an inch by 5/8, 0.625 wide, 0.1875 thick. It's a, you can even make it a little smaller, make it a friction fit or whatever, but it should be fit just fine. And it doesn't matter because I'm going to have my support boards, that jig's going to be made to where they all the parts get put in. I put my 3 screws on each of my boards and I mill them all. And I would probably have quite a couple rows on a 6x6. I could probably get, 2-4 rows for each process, kind of thing. And I would literally batch these little parts out. But so that part's going to go in. Now, when this goes in, round peg, square hole, blah, 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 da, 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 or square peg, round hole. When this gets cut out, it's going to have radiuses on there. I would cut these little pockets out. They're only going to be a 1/4 inch deep as that tenon is. They're going to be a 1/4 inch deep. So I'd use a 16th inch end mill to pocket those out. And again, I would have, on here, I would create the array, same scenario, situation. And let's align these left to right here. I would have the same 3 boards kind of deal. Hold down the control key. But they would be closer in, right? Because they're going to be holding the parts. So they would literally be here. Stop. When they got secured down, they would be pressing against, holding those parts into place. Again, 3 screws. I'd have threaded inserts there, so they go, everything just lands. I don't have to drill a bunch of holes and blah, blah, blah. Have it all nice and clean. But these pockets here, they would have fillets because I'm going to be using a 16th inch end mill. So they would have a 32nd inch fillet, 0.03125, on all 4 corners. And it wouldn't be a T-bone fillet this time. It would be a dog bone fillet. Would be fine. And with that, one more. So on those pockets, they would be a pocket cut 1/4 inch deep. And I'd go just a 1/4 because they're going to just sit right. They're going to just kind of bottom out. You can go 0.26 if you want because they have a lip that they would sit on and all that stuff. Let's do that. 0.26. 16th inch end mill. I have no idea what that is. Oh, that's my little lines. That's my little profile lines there. But And that's it. So once those little 16, 32nd inch got shaved off each side, those parts would pop into there, get screwed down. And again, there would be a little batch and all. And on this, I would actually set up coordinates on my CNC. So I would have all those little notch pieces on my jig would be over here. All my big pieces would be here and my little lid. And I could literally go from one coordinate to the next machining, depending on what I wanted, what I was doing and all. I'm going to, I think this would be a good one to take out to the CNC machine. Not right now, but I think this would be a good class because it's a quick project to make. I don't think it would take very long. The only long part of the project, and I can have those already made, are the cove cuts. But all the other pieces and everything, I mean, this whole project, let me see what the cove cuts, they're the longest because they're 3D model cuts. 37 an hour and 41 minutes. So about 2.5 hours. And I could check that out, or I could probably do a half a cove or something. I could figure it out. But anyway, so that's about a 2-hour cut. So we wouldn't have a class watching a 2-hour carve. So I'd probably have those made. But on the jigs, I'd really want you to see the jig that's made and how these parts would be cut and how they would fit in and how they would be secured down. I think that would be a good visual for you guys and girls. And then, then you got a box that you could make very quickly if you wanted to. We could do that. I could set that whole thing up and we could be out in the shop and we could make those parts and everything. So, all right, listen, we got to go. Let me say goodbye to JR. Let me turn JR. I think I'm muted. JR, how you doing, buddy? JR said end mill or ball nose for the rough cut. End mill. My end mill is doing a 3D rough. It's not doing a 3D raster. It's doing a, oh Lord, it's hard to be humble. The 3D rough cut is doing a Z level raster. So it's just milling away those stair steps and everything. And then my ball nose is going to come and clean all that up and everything. And so I'm not being, I don't like using the word aggressive. I'm being a little light on my tools and everything and all, but I could absolutely speed that process up. But once I had the process down, once I had all the little nuances, worked out and, everything set up on the machine, it would be just a batch kind of thing. If I was, wanting to knock out little holiday boxes for, the gift. And these boxes are super simple to glue together. Little, miter cuts. You're just gluing together little miters and frames and the feet and the lid. And it's a simple little box to make. All right. I don't know how many people are still with me in the chat. But,
hey, I'm here.
There you go. If anybody's with me in the chat, hopefully you got something out of this 4 hours and I didn't lose you too badly. But I think what we're going to do, I honestly think what we're going to do, I'm going to get all these cleaned up and these vectors and these file names and all that stuff. I'm going to get them cleaned up. I think in our next class, we're going to go out to the shop. I think we're going to be out in the shop and we're going to run these so you can actually see. I don't think you've ever seen me make anything or, in the shop and all that stuff. I'll have the coves already done or maybe partially done and we can do a partial cut or something so you can kind of see the cove cut. I don't know. We'll figure that part out. I might have but we're not going to wait. We're not going to sit there and stare at a machine for an hour and a half and everything. But we'll get the parts out. And the most intriguing part is how it's actually going to carve those little trim pieces. How does that actually look? Is it stable? Do they snap because they're only a 1/4 inch thick and that kind of thing? And you never know. So I'll show you how I would set it up, and then you can think about it from there. All right, everybody. JR, you have a wonderful night. Thanks for hanging out for the 4 hours. David, I saw you in the chat there. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, guys, this was a long one. A very, very long one. All right, it's after midnight. Holy cow, we got to go. Y'all have a great night. Get some rest. We'll see you next weekend or next week. Well, I'll see you tomorrow if you come to the live class. See you.